All right, we're going to start this meeting at 6:02 p.m. If I can get everyone to rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, face the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Are there any changes to the agenda?
We have none, Mayor.
Perfect. Can I get a council's approval to the agenda?
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda as written.
And I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
And Mayor votes aye. Going to move on to item number 2.1, awards presentations, appointments, and proclamations, city department updates. Sean?
Thank you. I'm going to start with a couple introductions. We have a couple new employees that started last week. The first I'm going to introduce is our new assistant city manager, Jesse Barone. He comes to us from Cal Poly as an inspection manager. He worked for the county of Santa Barbara and holds a master's in public administration. He served as the chairman of the Morro Bay Planning Commission. He has a significant strength in building and code enforcement, and I think he's going to be a great asset to our management team. Unfortunately, I've been at a conference for a couple days and last week, but he's hit the ground running. I think he'll give us a little update on kind of how his first couple weeks has been a little hectic, but he's going to be taking over a lot of the duties that kind of I undertook when I was the assistant city manager at the time. So, but we're happy to have him on board. He's gotten to meet most of the staff, and we're welcoming him, and we're really excited to have him as part of the team. So, welcome aboard.
Excellent. Would you like to say anything?
Thank you, Mayor. Just excited to be here, super stoked. Everybody's great. You have a great staff. Tremendous water plant. I'm so impressed with the water plant. I can't keep saying enough good things about that place. Everybody's just been amazing, very welcoming. My head's spinning. Lot to learn, lot to know. Sean's great. Just very excited to be here, and a lot to learn, but I'm willing to put in the long hours and get it done. So,
Excellent. Thank you so much. Welcome to Coalinga.
thank you.
The next person is our new public outreach coordinator. This is the new position that the council authorized in the budget, Jasenia Medina. She's a native of Coalinga who brings enthusiasm and local roots, who's excited to give back to her community. And talking to her, she's excited to work in the community, give back, and she'll be working to undertake the strategic goals of the city to increase communication and messaging. She'll be working on updating the city's website, the city's app, expanding our social media presence, working with local businesses, and assisting with developing and preparing several messaging campaigns from code enforcement, animal control, citywide beautification, various city projects, and working on our citywide events. So I want to welcome her aboard as well. If you guys have any questions for her, you can stand
Excellent.
up and say a couple words if you like.
Thank you, Sean. Hello, everyone. My name is Jasenia Medina. As Sean introduced me, I'm going to be the public outreach coordinator for Coalinga. I look forward to working with all of you and our community members, and I'd also like to thank you all for coming here tonight, for vocalizing, and for those of you watching at home. If there's no questions, thank you so much. I look forward to serving you all. Thank you.
Council questions? No? Thank you so much, and welcome to Coalinga.
Sound like you're ahead of the game already.
That's it.
And then we'll move on to, who goes first? Greg?
Yeah, I do. All right, good evening, council. Fire department updates. Not a whole lot different. Personnel, we're down 2 firefighter paramedic positions. We've got one that's real close to finishing up. He's got psych and medical, should be bringing him on in November. He's actually one of our per diem medics that applied for the firefighter paramedic and passed all the rigorous testing process to do that. So that's exciting. And then we just had a recent departure last week. Somebody turned in their 2-week notice. So we're going to be doing new firefighter paramedic testing on October 27th. And with the new NeoGov system, we've gotten 4 applicants already, and we just posted the announcement yesterday. So non-safety position staffing is full, and 2 of our EMTs are now paramedics, and I'll be introducing them at the next council meeting. Apparatus, engines and everything are working great. The ambulances, 254, the one that you guys approved for the remount, was flatbedded last month down to EVG and is about a month into getting the remount done. So 5-6 months, we should have that one. 257, the brand new ambulance, the Freightliner that we ordered about 2 years ago now, 2.5 years ago, is on schedule for February 2026 delivery. Projects that council approved as far as our 2025 and 2026 goals for the city. The bathroom, the exterior painting is complete. You guys go by and check it out. It looks really good. The bathroom remodel has started and is about 3/4 done, and it looks really good, and it's going to give us 1 extra shower and full bathroom for the 7 crew members we have on per day. And then the door card upgrade system, the KISSY system that the police department and City Hall have, is just starting. We just got all the quotes back and going to be starting the process of getting everything wired up. So we're doing good there. Some of the other projects have already been completed that I told you about last time. And then last Saturday, we had our open house. It was really, really good turnout. We probably had 200 to 300 people total throughout the day. During the burn demonstration, the firefighters they actually built a 3 to 4 foot tall wood dollhouse, and they simulated what a fire does in your home and showed what opening and closing doors does and how it helps you, how quickly the smoke detector activated when it started, and then what vertical ventilation does by opening up holes in the roof to get the smoke out, how it cleared things up, and it was a huge hit. And we probably had about 100 to 150 people like in a circle on the front apron during that time. We had first time we've had vendors. They did really well. We had 3 food vendors and 1 book vendor, and they did really well. Police department was there. We had an obstacle course for the kids. So it was a very big success. So thank you to all the community members that came out and showed their support, and saw a bunch of council there as well, so appreciate it. And then one last thing is myself and Battalion Chief Milligan met with the, I'm going to mess it up, Gold Star Learning Center, I believe. What? Wellness. And their crew, and with the Red Cross. And we are going to be doing a sound the alarm smoke detector installation day in March of 2026. So we're going to start getting the word out now. We're going to put out some surveys. We're going to see what areas of town need smoke detectors. We had a sign-up sheet at Open House and probably got 100 names of people that need smoke detectors in the community. So we're going to partner with the Red Cross, and we're going to have firefighters and police officers and community members, boots on the ground, going door to door and installing smoke detectors. That's hasn't happened. I think they said the last time that happened was 2018, 2017.
Does that program also allow for carbon monoxide?
No, they don't. We specifically asked that, and they said not yet. The Red Cross is working on it. But their Red Cross will bring all their people. Coalinga will provide what we can, and it'll be a fun day of helping the community out. So we're going to be working with Jasenia and our new public outreach coordinator to get the word out. And so I want to tell everyone now, and that we have time to start preparing and getting names of people that need smoke detectors. So, and unless there's any questions, that's all I have for the fire department.
Council, any questions? Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, council staff, and community. I'll be providing an update on the data collected for the month of September, specifically in 3 areas: community contacts, vehicle nuisance, and crime reduction. Starting with community contacts, as you know, our officers out there each day, putting themselves out, contacting either businesses or residents in the area. For the month of September, we had 217 contacts that they put themselves out to build trust in the community. The second, we stepped up our enforcement and vehicle nuisance, issuing citation, tagging vehicles that are out there. And for the month of September, we had 95. So we're out there aggressively doing vehicle nuisance. And crime reduction, I'm proud to say that in the month of September, we only had 9 victims. And that's the lowest number we've had so far this year in 1 month. And 9 victims compared to 23 last year. And as you remember, last year, we ended under 200 victims at 29% reduction of crime in 24 compared to 277 victims in 23. So we are currently holding a reduction of 6% of crime. We're at 170 victims. So we're working hard. Hopefully we keep those numbers under 200. But we're in the green right now, and it's great. So officers doing a great job out there. Good arrests, along with, of course, the technologies helping also investigations. So, and citizens are helping out too. That's all I have.
Any questions, council? No? Thank you so much.
Good evening, Mayor, Councilman, Community Treasurer, staff. The Finance Department, Financial Services Department has a few updates. With personnel, she's not here tonight, but we had made the offer and she had accepted the position for the Business Systems Analyst, and her name is Christina Estrada. She came to us from the city of Fresno. She has a wealth of knowledge in accounting, which we need, but you know, it's for a business systems analyst, you need to have that accounting background. And she started on the 6th of October, and she's already coming in on her first day and saying, do you guys have this? How come you guys haven't done this? I see this, I see that, let's do this. And I'm like, okay. So it's great outcome so far. And she's just on a roll. She's been tasked to work on the revamping of the chart of accounts, which is one of the items on our one-time projects. And she is also working on the decentralizing and automating the finance functions, which is also on our project list. Items that have been completed as we have the fiscal year 23-24 audit that was completed with no findings. We do have our auditor, Ryan, here to present it tonight. We've also completed the travel policy, the travel reimbursement policy, and pending city manager's signature. And I also wanted to share that the 2018 tax revenue bond of the redevelopment agency was paid off in September of this year. So one less debt service that we have. Upcoming projects, we have one major, in addition to revamping of the chart of accounts and decentralizing the functions of the finance department, is to implement the solution for the credit card merchant, which is also on the agenda tonight, 5.14. And I do have Haley Johnson from Invoice Cloud, who will be presenting. If you guys have any questions about the contract, the service, and the models that she has, the solution, you may ask at that time.
Any questions from council? No? Thank you so much. All right, appreciate all the department updates. We're going to move on to presentation of fiscal year 2023-2024 audited financial statements by city auditor.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. Thank you for having me here tonight. My name is Ryan Jolly, and I'm just going to go over a few of the highlights of tonight's, of the audit for the fiscal year ending June 30, 2024, and then I can take any questions you have. as you know, we're a little bit behind, but the good thing is we're on track to get 2025 turned around here pretty quick. I was talking to Mai, and we're going to try to shoot for the first part of 2026, first month or two. So that will get you right back on track with most of my other cities on their timing of their audits. For 2024, we issued an unqualified opinion, meaning we found the city's books and records to be in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. So a favorable audit opinion again for the city. Getting into the body of the financial statements, pages 4 and 5 are the government-wide full accrual statements that show all assets and liabilities of the city. Overall, the net position of the city is just over $82.8 million. The fund financial statements give you a little bit more detailed information on the various funds of the city. That starts on page 6. And this year there was a new GASB 100 that changes how we move funds from major to non-major. On page 6 is your major funds. These are determined major based on the volume of assets and revenues that are in that specific fund. And so at times they'll move from the back of the financials to the front of the financials depending on the level of assets and revenue that are occurring in those funds. The one fund that's of significant or of importance to the city is the general fund. And if you look on page 8, overall there was a decrease of $529,000 in the general fund. This had to do with, as you can see, a large transfer out this year. Before transfers, it was $830,000 positive. The general fund still has a overall fund balance of just under $16.9 million. The transfer out had to do with some ARPA funds that were received during COVID and that were later identified could cover some past expenditures in the water fund. So that's moving some of those revenues out over to the water fund to cover those expenses that occurred. Other than that, the remaining of the major funds are operating as intended. On page 10 is the beginning of your enterprise funds. These funds are expected to be supported off user charges. On page 11 is the statement of revenues and expenses. Overall, these funds are operating as intended. Natural gas, I know you guys are addressing that tonight with Dan here. But overall, all of the funds now have a positive fund balance, including sanitation, which for a while there was going into the negative, is now positive again. Following that are the notes to the financial statements. Lots of detailed information here on the significant assets and liabilities of the city. The city continues to meet its debt obligations, continues to report its pension liability with the information that we get from CalPERS each year on the actuarial study. So just lots of additional information there to look through and to review. There's no new footnotes in particular, except for the one at the very end having to do with GASB 100. Following the footnotes, we get into the budget to actual comparison schedules for the major funds. So you can see kind of the variances between what was budgeted and what actually occurred. And then there's some a 10-year history on the pension liability and some of the inputs that go into that calculation. Towards the end of the financial statements, you get into the non-major funds. All of those are operating as intended as well. There's about 3 pages of showing the assets and liabilities and another 3 pages of funds showing the revenues and expenses. Also, we issued an audit report starting back on page 62 on the overall internal controls of the city. This is where we look at your significant transaction classes and look for proper segregation of duties. There were no deficiencies in your internal controls that were identified. This year there was also a single audit, which has to do when the city receives or expends more than $750,000 of federal expenditures. That's going up to $1 million starting fiscal year 26. But the city had $1.5 million of federal expenditures, so that required an additional detailed audit of some of the major program for those federal expenditures. Also, no findings identified. Lastly, we issue communication to the city council, just letting you know that we didn't have any difficulties in completing the audit, didn't have any disagreements with management, didn't have to consult with any outside consultants, didn't identify any uncorrected misstatements. So overall, I'm happy to report a clean audit for the city of Coalinga for the fiscal year ended June 30, 2024. A lot of work goes into these. Appreciate Mai and her team for all the work they do to put in that goes into this. And thank you for the opportunity to continue to work with the city of Coalinga. You can take any questions you have now.
Council? I just have one question.
Yeah.
What's our net position look like compared to how much money we owe? What's our debt ratio here?
Let's see, your overall net position's at 82.8. Total debt, if I remember, let me look at page. Get to the right page here. Page 37. Let's see, with business type, and you're about 22 million, so about 25%. Some of that is also, let me just look here, that's all government, okay, yep. And the one, yeah, so about 25%, so not out of line.
No, that's, yeah. And then I looked at the pension liability is, what, about 2 million in
Yeah.
pension liability?
Yeah, that's, let me just double check, it's, yes, 2.7, so.
Okay. And how do you figure that sets with a city our size?
It's in line. A lot of, some cities can choose to pre-fund that, but they're not typically, the cities I work with haven't been doing that. So you're continuing to meet your current obligations. It's a number that fluctuates as well based on discount rates they use and interest rates and different things. So it's not out of line at all for a city of your size.
And not that I would expect you to know this, but what's the percentage increase from the year before? Do you know that by chance?
Let me go. Yep, I think
I just want to know how much we're increasing each year with the pension
and it
liability.
fluctuates sometimes from year to year just because of those inputs, but let's look at page, let me just see if it shows me the beginning on page. Actually, I don't know if I have the prior year. Do you know, that number? Or do you have quick access to the financials for the previous year?
I'm looking for it.
It would be on, if you have the financials for the previous year on page 4, the net pension liability. But yeah, I don't have that, so if she can't find it, I don't have that right now.
Okay, and then I guess the last question that I have is, does your office work with the ACFRs? Do you guys do those as well, the annual comprehensive financial report?
We haven't done very many of those. A lot of the work has to go in on the city side, preparing all those additional schedules that are required. We can definitely do it if that's what the city desires, but we don't, most of our cities have elected not to do that.
Well, the only reason I ask is because it's a really easy way for citizens and the council to understand the difference in between what you've budgeted and what your audit was, and then also goes further into opinions and what of that nature. So
A lot more information's available.
exactly. So and it's easy to read,
Yeah.
whereas this sometimes is like hieroglyphics to some of us.
Yes,
But
yeah.
we'll discuss that with our finance and see if that's something we might be interested in. But I just want to thank you
Yeah.
for coming out. And any other questions for council before we let them go? No? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
Have a good day.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
All right. Now that we have the fun stuff out of the way, let's move on to presentation by Helping Hands, Cambridge High School.
Good evening, Council. My name is Claudia Vosberg. I'm the principal for Alted, and here in town it's Cambridge High School. So we're here to kind of introduce ourselves. In the past few years, we've been kind of introducing new initiatives at the school based on behavior, academics, attendance. We want to help improve that student engagement and hopefully increase our graduation rates. And this year, our initiative was to start a volunteer group with some of our kids, get them out into the community, get to know people, and of course, be out there doing all the fun volunteer stuff for the community. We're a leadership and service organization from, of course, the Alt-Ed School, and this club really was created to empower the students. We're trying to build leadership, give back to the community, strengthen our image through positive actions out in the community. So with that being said, I'm going to introduce our club advisor. So this is our school social worker, Mrs. B, and she'll talk a little bit about who our students are. We have our student council members here and give a little more information about our mission, values, and our goals. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Vosberg. Hello, Mayor. Hello, fellow distinguished board members and community members and citizens. My name is Mrs. B. I'm one of the district school social workers that serves the high school site levels. Today, we have before you the Helping Hands Club. Right now, currently at Cambridge High School, we have 31 students who volunteer to be a part of this Helping Hands Club initiative. So it's really great to see. And at Chestnut, we have 8 students who is our other alternative education high school in Huron. Right now, our club motto, we definitely want to represent with lead, serve, and rise. So that being said, before I hand off and introduce the other student club members, I definitely want to let you know that we are here to partner up with the community. So if you know anybody who's wanting or needing helping hands, we are here for it. So I'm going to go ahead and introduce our student club president, David Montejano.
Hello, everybody. Mayor, council members. Our vision for the Helping Hands Club is about stepping up, helping out, and making our school shine. We build leadership, serve our community, and demonstrate that our students rise, respect, improve, succeed, and engage. Our purpose for the Helping Hands Club is to empower alternative education students and to grow as leaders, contribute to the community, and take pride in the school through service, engagement, and leadership opportunities. Members strengthen their academic, behavioral, and personal success while fostering a positive school culture.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Anastasia Bonilla, the Student Council Secretary of the Helping Hands Group. Our membership requirements. To remain in good standing, members are expected to meet the following criteria. Students may lose eligibility for volunteer opportunities or activities if these expectations are not met. Our pillars are behavior, grades, and attendance. Behavior. Demonstrate RISE values. Respect. Improve, succeed, and engage. Strive to reduce or eliminate behavioral concerns, referrals, refocuses, or suspensions. Academic grades. Maintaining passing grades in core classes, English, math, and history. Show effort toward academic improvement, a positive learning environment, a credit recovery and credit recovery progress. Attendance. Meet or exceed minimum positive attendance expectations. Thank you.
Good evening, my distinguished council members. Recognition is all about members in good standing. They will have the opportunity to earn a Helping Hands Club graduation cord, as well as civic engagement seal and diploma, depending and throughout the semester and through their year and how well they've been doing. Acknowledgement and new letters, school celebrations, and community events are earned. leadership certificates, and documented. Volunteer hours to support resumes and college applications are also included. Thank you.
Good evening. The club activities, community, and volunteer service partner with local agencies in Huron and Kalinga, organize donation drives and community support events. School engagement creates student newsletters quarterly, moving to monthly to highlight club and campus achievements. Lead Spirit Week's engagement challenges and awareness campaigns. September, attendance awareness. October, anti-bullying and kindness month. November, appreciation month.
Hello, good evening, everybody. My name is Eileen Ahar. I am one of the Helping Hands Student Council Secretary. Leadership Development. Participate in training on leadership, public speaking, and project planning. Represent the school at district and community events. Club structure. Meetings. The club meets once a week during 6th period. Advisor Mrs. B. Volunteer opportunities scheduled as available. Participation contingent on meeting requirements. Group norms agreements. Developed collaboratively by members using RISE as the foundation. Thank you.
Thank you, fellow council members. So if you guys have any questions, just go ahead and ask away. Other than that, you can always reach out to Mrs. Vosberg, our principal at Alt Ed, or myself, and so I can take any questions.
Council?
I don't have a question, but I just wanted to say just speaking in a forum like this is difficult, and you guys did a great job, so good job.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
I just want to congratulate you guys all. I think you guys are doing a wonderful job, and you'll be surprised as the doors are opened up as your young minds and very start attitude goes out there. Volunteering is the first step to get your community going, and thank you for everything you're doing.
So seeing you young adults, because that's what you are, you're young adults, how you guys are doing, I think it might be a good time to eventually start up our young council program again. If you guys would be interested in it, we can get that out and get the information to Mrs. Vosberg. So if you guys are interested, you get to come in City Hall, you actually get to go through an actual meeting, and if you guys agree with and like it, it comes to us, and if we're good with it, we can actually approve it. So you guys would have a hand in helping what goes on in Kalinga. So something to think about.
Definitely what our club is all about, helping hands.
Excellent. And I'd like to echo what everyone has already said, is that what a difficult thing it is to come up and speak in front of a council, and we appreciate that, and we appreciate your help in the community. And I guess my only question is what is the best way for our service groups that are looking for help to reach out in order to get some volunteers?
Definitely, I could leave some business cards, and then that's one way they can get a hold of me. Also, I have an email that's through the district, and that's M. Montemayor, M as in Marie, M-O-N as in Nancy, T as in Tom, E-M-A-Y-O-R at chusd.org. Of course, we have our lovely principal, Mrs. Vosberg, who you can reach out to at Cambridge High School, and just ask anyone there, because pretty much everyone knows about it now. We just presented at the school board this past Tuesday in Huron, so it's definitely growing fast. Students are kind of like caught off guard with how fast this is growing, and now we're really trying to push ourselves out into the community. We already have a couple of things that we're looking forward to, such as the Kalinga Fest that's going to happen soon, and volunteering at the animal shelter is something that we're doing next week as well.
Excellent. Could you do us a favor and leave some of your business cards so we can pass them out to those?
Yes.
Perfect. Any other questions from council? Now, if I could just get a hand for these folks, they did a great job.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, we're going to move on to citizens' comments, but before we do, I know we have some items here that people may want to speak on, having to do with like animal control and things of that nature. So for the discussion items that you'll be wanting to speak on, we want you to either A, speak in public comment, or B, if you're going to speak on the item, then we would like you to fill out a comment card. And do we have any comments card over there, Shannon? So we have comment cards over there, so if anyone wants to, because this probably will be a little bit of a long meeting, and we want to make sure that we can get through it, but we also want to make sure that everyone's heard and that we can get the information and take that back to staff. So that being said, we're going to move on to citizens' comments. This section of the agenda allows members of the public to address the city council on any item within the jurisdiction of the council. Members of the public, when recognized by the mayor, should come forward to the lectern, identify themselves, and use the microphone. Comments are normally limited to 3 minutes in accordance with state open meeting laws. No action will be taken by the city council this evening, and all items will be referred to staff for follow-up and report. Citizen comments submitted in writing to the city clerk by 5 p.m. on the day of the city council meeting shall be distributed to the city council and included in the record. However, they will not be read. Do I have anyone that would like to make a citizen's comment? And I'll also point out that if you are in need of services and you can't get up, we also have a mobile microphone. But we do prefer, if you can, to come to the podium.
Good evening. My name is Katie Squire, and I am here as the president of the Coalinga Women's Club. And I would actually like to invite all of you to attend our First Responders Dinner next Thursday night. We have already issued the invitation to the first responders throughout Coalinga so that the fire department, the police department, CHP, and CAL FIRE have been invited. We originally had this scheduled for September 11th, and unfortunately, when we had fires breaking out throughout the area, as well as having first responders having to go to additional fires, we felt that that was not the best date to have our meeting, and so we moved it to this week, or this coming week, on October the 23rd. I have tickets available, and I also have a flyer about it. So I do encourage you to help us to recognize our first responders.
Appreciate that.
Thank
Can you
you.
leave the flyer with the city?
Certainly.
And then she can pass it out to us? I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Anyone else for public comment? Yes, sir.
Mayor, Council, nice to be here tonight. I just want to give you an update. In the next 7 weeks, the Chamber has 4 different events that we're hosting. Next Saturday, October 25th, is Coalinga Fest from 11 to 7 p.m. downtown. Followed up, November 8th is our annual wine walk, which is always one of the favorites in the community. November 29th will be the Holiday Boutique at the Hub at CHS. And then a week later, December 6th, is our annual Christmas parade down the plaza. So a lot coming up before the end of the year, and just want to let you all know what's coming so you can plan for it, and hope you all can be a part of it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Scott. Appreciate that. And thanks for everything that you and the volunteers do at the Chamber. Anyone else for public comment? Okay. Seeing none, we're going to move on to public hearings. Annual natural gas report and consideration and approval of resolution number 4293, approving the recommendation to increase rates by 20%. Dan Bergman.
Council for letting me come back to talk about natural gas again. I was here a month or so ago, and not all of the councilmen were here, and of course not all of the public were here. So I'm going to do a little bit of a review and also address some of the questions that were asked last time. So one of the concerns that came up last time was the rate changes that have happened over the years. So this is all work that I've done over the years, and I went back and looked at it. What we were doing back in 2009 and 2011 was lowering gas rates to try to let the fund balance in the gas enterprise come down. I went back and looked, it was around $2 million. And it really only needed to be and needs to be about $1 million. But it took all of those 10 years with those two rate decreases to finally burn off that balance. But then what happened at the end is we had two bad winters. The first winter wasn't the cold winter, it was when there was problems on the gas market. The second winter, 22-23, was the cold winter. So we had somewhat of a double whammy. So it was 245% increases. So we went down 42% total for 10 years, and then over 2 years came back up 90%. And then in September of 23, came down 20%. We held it for a year, and things didn't get better, so we need the 20% back. And that's what I'm going to show you. Oops. I'm holding the button down. There we go. This is the gas portfolio. I showed you this slide last time. What I wanted to review here is that we have purchased all of the gas we need for this winter. We bought it at $5.12. It's 80% of the supply, consistent with the gas purchase policy. And what I wanted to revisit here is it is a fact that over the past couple of years, the city has paid a premium to purchase that wintertime supply ahead. And what I looked at that I thought would be interesting just to think about is the premium up to $5.12. It's about $1.50 based on the last two winters, because suppliers are wanting a premium to lock in their gas price ahead of time, because in their psyche they're thinking, oh, it might be a cold winter and I might be able to get $10 or $20 or $30 for my gas. I want to hold back without making a real deal on it. So that wintertime supply over those 5 months, it's about 150,000 decatherms. And if you multiply that times 150, it's $225,000. So we paid a $225,000 premium for the security of knowing how much our gas was going to cost, and that we weren't putting people at risk, or the enterprise at risk, of astronomical cost. How much does that cost a ratepayer? 7.5%. So you're paying 7.5% for the insurance of the assurity of knowing your gas price. And when I looked at it that way, I felt better about it. It's not that expensive overall, and we just can't afford the risk of prices going as high as they went in 22-23. That's what the market is still recovering from. This is the same slide I showed you last time. And you can see when you look at the over on the right, so it's 25-26, that's what we just bought at around $5. And what you see on the end there for 26-27, you see there's still even more of a premium. And so we have held off, as I informed you last time, from buying that gas. Even the purchase policy says we're going to start buying a little bit 3 years ahead. This is what the gas cost looks like going back in time, total wholesale cost for the city. And you can see here that gas for 26 and 27, it's pretty close to 25. And what we're seeing here is prices aren't recovering to where they were in fiscal 21. It looks like it's leveling off at where it's going to be. So we can't really hope for too much more relief in wholesale gas prices coming down, especially when we're buying ahead, for them to come down in the near future. Here's a slide I didn't show last time. It's showing the city's total gas demand, including the cold winter, where you see 256,000. It's showing the 3-year average, which is what the gas purchase policy makes reference to, which is 229,000. But I'm also showing that I adjusted it downward to 222 for the purpose of modeling. But what that also means is that the model's assuming 222 instead of 216. So the model's assuming we're going to use a little bit more gas this winter because the last 2 winters haven't been that cold after the cold winter. I'm also showing you this to show you the amount of attention and detail that goes into this modeling, which reminds me of the auditor. Ryan went through that like it was so easy, but there is so much work that goes into doing the city's audit, and that work is the foundation for what I do when I am projecting ahead, because the audit gives me something to start from that we can trust. It's also a credit to Mai, because when he talked about everything he had found for 24, there were no findings. So good work, Mai. This is in response to questions that were asked last time. What in the world is going on with the increases in PG&E costs? And when I went back and looked at it, what I didn't know was so significant until I looked at it was the amount of the cap and trade, or cap and invest surcharge, as it's now being called, how much that affects the total PG&E transportation charges that the city pays. It's most of the increase. So the bottom line, the blue line, that's the city's transmission capacity to get some of its gas from the Oregon border down to the PG&E city gate. It's a special arrangement PG&E made with the city a long time ago. End-user transport is getting the gas to the city itself, but in that bill is the cap and trade surcharge. And it's for greenhouse gas emission reduction. It comes from the Air Resources Board. It's not negotiable. Which brings me to another point. The natural gas fund, like water and sewer and refuse, they are businesses that operate within the city. And they need to be self-funding. If they're not self-funding, money would have to come from the general fund, tax money, or grant money otherwise, to cover the enterprise funds. But you have the opportunity with the enterprise funds to set rates. And of course, that's what this discussion is about. But if we're talking about the wholesale cost rate, which is the highest cost in the gas enterprise, or if we're talking about PG&E, they're simply not negotiable. It's just the cost to operate the enterprise. So this is a good illustration of the answer to the question, what has happened to PG&E cost? They have literally doubled since 2021. Here's another view. I showed this to you last time. It's showing the combination of cost in the enterprise fund. So on the bottom, it's personnel and materials and supplies. In the middle, it's PG&E. So what you see as you go from left to right is PG&E cost increasing and gas costs decreasing to the new plateau they've reached. If PG&E cost hadn't increased so much, I wouldn't need to recommend a 20% increase. What I'm also showing in that black line across the top is the revenue that's associated with the expense. So when you look at fiscal 23, to fiscal 25, that's the 20% decrease. And then what you see going from 25 to 26 is 20% back up again. The system has not needed much capital repair over the years. You can see it in the audits. There simply hasn't been that much money that has been needed to be spent on the natural gas system. We talked about the anode beds for the steel part of the system for a few years now. It hadn't gotten done. It's got to get done now. The RFP is about to be issued. All 13 of the anode beds were working. We knew they were toward the end of their life. Now 2 of them are not working. It is a federal safety issue. It has to be done this year. The estimated cost for them is $100,000 each for $200,000. Gas meters are continually replaced. When you look at capital cost, historically it's been mostly gas meters, which hasn't been that much. And another federal safety issue is gas system distribution valves. These are valves in the street that are stuck. They need to be replaced so that in the event Public Works needs to shut off parts of the system, they can. So this is showing as capital investment for fiscal 25-26. So the 20% increase, that's not a surprise. From the last presentation, from last year's presentation, and I appreciate this, you allow me to come back, and because I come back, and because this is in the record, we can see how we've done, right? So when we were leaving rates alone last year, what I said is we can leave rates alone, and we should come in $43,731 in the black, because that's how the calculation turned out. But then what happened, it's, how does the pointer work? Well, so fiscal 25, we came in $93,000 in the red. So that's within the margin of error. Some things were off one way, some things were off another way. But the problem is the year that we're looking at now. Oh, this is also showing if there's no rate increase. So if there were no rate increase right now, at the end of fiscal, the operating income for fiscal 26 would be about minus $120,000. And then after spending $320,000 on the system, the fund balance would go $286,000 negative. That's if there were no increase at all. And this also takes into consideration improving the credit card fees. As I showed this last time, it's going down to $75,000 from the peak of $174,000. Maya is going to talk to you about that after my presentation. The 75 might be a little bit less. It would help, obviously, but it won't have a big impact on my overall recommendation. So here's the 20% increase. It's what you saw last time. The numbers are slightly different because I continually update my model. But with the 20% increase, what we're showing is that at the end of 26, you have a net operating income of $340,000. We spend the $320 for the meters and the anode beds. The end of the year fund balance is still positive at about $174,000, and we're okay the next year. So if nothing else changed, and this includes inflationary factors for expenses next year, the 20% would be good for next year. So if I open up the slide next year and say everything's the same, I wouldn't be asking you for another rate increase. The typical resident slide, so you've seen this. Typical resident uses 360 therms per year, peaking in the winter, obviously. The 20% increase is $94, or it's a little over $7 a month average. As I pointed out, it's still 38% less than what the same customer would have paid PG&E over the past 12 months. And I'm so glad for that, for the benefit, for customers' benefit in Coalinga. That says 10% increase. It's supposed to be 20, it is 20% increase. So in the table, it's showing the 20% increase. And that is my presentation.
Questions from council?
Sorry. First, thank you, Dan, for the presentation, and I appreciate all the effort that goes into all this. I know that's a lot. But I realize expenses and infrastructure ages and adjustments need to be made, but I'm looking at 2009 to 2025, and if you figure out all these numbers, that's really is showing like less than 2% change per year. Rates going up, even though it's jumped all around. It's went way up, went way down a couple of times. It kind of averages out to about 2% a year. So looking at that, I'm thinking, okay, that's kind of where the ballpark is, where we need to be looking. And I just, in good conscience, I can't vote for a 20% hike. I mean, that's another big jump like this. Maybe we overshoot, maybe we don't. So, you know, after we met earlier today, you and I with Sean, we discussed some possible other solutions. Can you explain that, how that might work?
Yeah, we did meet earlier today, so I took the opportunity to create the slide. And so here's the 10% slide. So what you see when we do 10% for 26, the net income is $110,000. So before we spend any money on the system for anode beds or meters or valves, we're in the black $110,000. But then when you subtract the 320, which needs to be spent and can't be delayed, it puts the fund balance at minus 56 at the end of the fiscal year and puts the next year in the red. It's very doable. It's doable because there's no debt on the gas enterprise like there is on water and sewer. You know, when you think about the presentations and discussions we've had about water and sewer, you have to make debt service coverage. So you don't have a choice. You have to bring in even a little bit more money than you need to satisfy the bondholders. Not the case here because there's no debt. And also, as you are all aware, the city has a very healthy general fund balance at this point. So there's cash, not that you're going to use general fund and keep it, but there's money there that can be used. It could be borrowed if it needed to. So if the gas enterprise at the end of the year was 56,000 negative or even 100,000 negative, it would be okay, but we have to make it up. You would have to recover it in the future. So you think about just one more thing, what are the variabilities that could make this better? Well, it's not going to be gas purchases because we already bought 80% of our winter supply at $5.12. So that is locked in. And PG&E is not going to go down. My model incorporates a 5% increase January 1st. So hopefully it's not more than that. So there shouldn't be a lot of variability. Oh, the 75,000 for credit cards might become 50 or 30. But this should be close. I mean, I was pretty close last year. Mm-hmm. So it is a possibility, but the gas purchase policy requires that I come back annually anyway. I would absolutely be coming back next year asking for that 10%.
So you're saying basically that negative 56 is within the margin of error, though, and it could be zero or it could be plus some.
Yeah, I am. And to support it being within the margin of error, you see in the next column over that, right at the bottom where it's minus 84,524, that's a number I had to plug in to reconcile numbers between my work and accounting work to make it balance That's based on a trial balance, the 152,905. But even that's pretty close, because we're talking about $3.2 million in expenses, and I got to within $85,000. That's pretty close.
And looking at this, and I think in terms of the discussions is kind of where do we get, what would it take to get to essentially a cash balance of zero in the gas fund? And we do, and still the modeling does still have the 75,000, as you mentioned, about the credit card and online payment fees. And again, depending on how the council decides tonight related to the fees, that number is going to change quite significantly, most likely. So we'll see that adjusted as well when that changes. But in terms of this projection, that's about close within the margin of error to get you close to a cash balance of zero for this fiscal year. And then, as Dan mentioned, we will be back next year for the other 10%. But 10% could be, an option for the council if the council so chooses.
It's definitely better than 20. Yeah.
Yeah, the other aspect of it, if a financial analyst were sitting in the audience, he or she would be saying, wait a minute, okay, so you're gonna strategize this thing so you have a zero fund balance. What about reserve? Well, that needs to be coming back too. We tried for a decade to get it down to $1 million. Well, now we're trying to get it up to $1 million. and needing to continue spending money on those anode beds. You can see, I figured out how this works. You can see the, there. So that's 2 more anode beds in the next couple of years. All 13 of those anode beds need to be replaced. So we finally got to start spending some money on the gas system after a lot of years. It has served you well. It is a valuable asset to the community.
Anyone else on council have questions? So the GGRF, what year did that kick in? I think you have it on your slide. Yeah, the fee that PG&E is relaying on to us.
$2022.
And is this a surcharge that they're taking and passing along to the state?
Well, the Air Resources Board is the state.
Okay, so this isn't a charge from PG&E directly. This is a charge to CARB, correct?
It's a pass-through, yeah.
Right.
In fact, I mean, not to belabor it, I don't want to belabor this thing at all because I don't like it.
Yeah.
If the city could have elected to handle it aside from PG&E and deal directly with the Air Resources Board, like City of Vernon does, I manage that, but it's a pain. You don't want to do that.
Yeah.
So you're just paying it through PG&E.
Well, I just wanted to read everyone something because I actually sit on the Transportation Committee for the League of Cities, and I want to read what was presented by the Office of Budget Management. Says roughly 2/3 of GGRF revenues are statutorily dedicated to certain purposes. This includes ongoing funding of the Transportation and Intercity Rail Program, Low Carbon Transit Operations Program, and the state's high-speed rail. Now, what you don't hear in there is anything that actually cleans up the air. You don't hear anything that you would think of that this money would be going to. But here's going to be the interesting part. So that's 2/3 of the money. So I'm guessing you're probably wondering where the other third goes. The remaining revenues are available for appropriation by the legislature and other discretionary spending programs, which basically means this is a slush fund. That's what this is. And I asked this to the budget office, and they agreed with me because they aren't all in favor of the plan that's working either. So it's disturbing to know that this increase, which is something we couldn't have forecasted, This is not something that Dan could have forecasted. This is not something that we could have, said, hey, how are we going to forecast this in the future? Because in 2022, this just now got up and hit us. Now, one thing that I do wonder, though, is because I was on council when we had the 1 million and we were trying to build it down. And I do remember asking, can we put some of this money into a capital improvement fund for the anode beds? And so I'm wondering, why did we not choose to do that at that point in time?
Well, you're right. And
I didn't need that. I was just curious.
well, the $1 million, Mayor. I mean, the $1 million would have, that's 10 anode beds.
Well, my point is that the city is not out there just trying to raise rates so that people, have to pay more. I know specifically in my district, we have a lot of people that can't afford PG&E, period, and they can't afford anything. This is and then I look at the cap and trade surcharge, and I'm like, wow, this was put on to us, and I'm guessing this was just something they found that they could add on. Was this something that we should have been paying all along that we weren't, or?
I'd prefer not to comment about that.
Okay, all right. Okay, that's good. That's good. Okay, well, I appreciate it, and I appreciate all the work that you've put into this, Dan. And I know that this is frustrating for you as well, and as well as the citizens that are here. So,
Mayor, I'm not frustrated. This is good stuff. But I wanted to make one more point. Someone might say, what happened to the $1 million? You had $2 million and it was 1 million, now it's zero. What happened to the money? The ratepayers benefited from every bit of that money. I didn't make that point yet. Because we would have increased rates sooner, so the ratepayers got the gas, specifically in gas rates, the rates would have been higher sooner. So they were getting the benefit of that money. And we didn't, just one more part of this that's really important. We didn't go in the hole. Like, oh no, we went too far. We went right to zero. And so we're acting when we need to act.
any other questions from council before I open this up to the public hearing? No? All right, so we are going to open the public hearing, and I'm hoping that anyone in the audience that has anything to say about this, please come forward, because this will be your opportunity to discuss this item. So, public hearing is open. If anyone would like to come up and please speak your name.
Scott Netherton, 424 College Avenue. My concern here is kind of what you fed on a second ago. We took it right down to zero. So saying that we weren't irresponsible in doing that, and that now it's suddenly, the reason it's necessary to raise it is because you have 10 anode beds to fix. That's why it's being raised. We wouldn't be in the hole if that had been taken care of along the way, and that money, that $1 million that we had sitting there, instead of, I understand giving everybody a break, they've benefited from it for so long, but now when you hit them with, a couple of years ago, 45%, and then the next year another 45%, and then now another 20%, saying we were fiscally responsible, we didn't go below zero, knowing that you have realistically at $1 million in repairs that you have to do now. To me, that's not fiscally responsible. You can't say, no, hey, I got credit card bills, but they're not due till the end of the month, so I can run my account down to zero because I get paid next month, but now all those credit card bills are due. To me, that's not fiscally responsible in that, as far as what happened to that $1 million. So I know you got to do what you got to do, and I know you don't want to do it, because who wants to sit up there and tell people and have to go out and face the public and say, yeah, we're going to raise your rates and repairs have to be made. I just think the city and council need to look at things overall and see a better way of getting them fixed in a timely manner so it doesn't hit all at one time. That's all.
Anybody else?
Can I say something?
Do I? Did somebody else say something? Oh.
That was me. Go ahead, Richard.
Can you speak in public comment? Councilman Hedgecock, you will go right after Mr. Hill in public comment.
Unless I didn't hear it, but I didn't hear anything about preventive maintenance on those nanos. I mean, if we knew that we needed 10 years ago, how come the city didn't take out some kind of program to start putting money away for it? I haven't heard anything, this guy or any of you guys saying, okay, well, let's take out of that 10% or that 20% and put away for a maintenance program for the next 20 years if something goes out. I mean, right now you want to replace them, but I haven't heard any program to say, okay, let's be smart about it this time and put a program together so we can replace them instead of putting a raise on the citizens. Because I see that kind of program going around the city. I see other buildings and places that have fallen apart because they didn't put money away, a building program or a maintenance program. I think that's what you should be discussing with whoever about putting that together. I mean, just because, yeah, I'm agree. I don't want 10% on my bill, and I don't think anybody else does. But if we're not going to put something together to put money away to prepare for when it breaks down or these nanos break down, I mean, man, we're just wasting money. We're just going to continue, like Scott says, and do another 20 and another 20 and 40. I mean, before long, we're just going to be burning firewood. I mean, nobody's going to be able to afford electricity. You know what I mean? Like some of our citizens can't afford it. They can't afford it now. So I think the city need to get together and try to work a program for maintenance prevention for these things if they break down in the future, instead of just, waiting for them to break down and they had to replace them. That doesn't make no sense. Oh, Richard Hill at 249 Cedar. Sorry. Don't forget to get me a card.
Thank you much, sir. And we will go to Councilman Hedgecock, who is on a Zoom with us.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I just want to thank Dan for all the information. And yeah, we do have an aging infrastructure. I think if you turn around, Nathan, the sign behind you says Coalinga was incorporated in 1906. We're working on 120 years old. So there is a lot of repairs that need to be made. And we do have to look into the future to do that and make sure we have the funds. And of course, all the enterprise funds are businesses. So they do have to make money in order to fund this. We're not getting handouts from anybody. We're trying to take care of it ourselves. And yeah, rate increases aren't good for anybody. They're not fun. But if we don't, we lose our gas system and we go back to PG&E, which is 38% higher right now. And as we all know, PG&E likes to raise every rate. Everything they touch, the rates go up more than once a year. So the city's doing a great job at trying to keep the rates to the citizens down. They are doing a lot of work towards that. Yeah, we need to figure out what is the best path forward, and make sure that we're on the right path. I think Sean's doing that. I just want to say that.
Thank you so much. All right. Anyone else? Please, this is your time to speak. Okay, seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing. We're going to have a little bit more discussion from the council. Council have any questions or discussion on this matter?
No, I just think we know the range we can work in now. We don't have to definitely do 20%. There's some flexibility there, so we should consider maybe not building in the buffer in the savings quickly, maybe easing into it.
Yeah, I just don't want to be playing catch up with
with PG&E, it seems every time PG&E goes up, we go up. And I want to make sure that we're not doing that. We're not putting that path, City of Coalinga following PG&E. I do believe, like Councilman Hitchcock explained, that we do need fixing in our infrastructure. But I just want to make sure that, it is necessary, but I just want to make sure we don't play catch up with PG&E.
So what I've been told from some of the PG&E reps over the last years, they still plan on going up another 12% by the end of the year. And by the end of fiscal year next year, they're only going to drop at 8%. They've already gone up 74% just in the last 2 years. So, and we're the ones having to flip the bill for their mistakes.
Dan, did you want to respond to any of the remarks? I seen you over there taking notes, so I'm sure that you got something to say, and I appreciate that.
Well, I can. The first comment I want to make is the primary driver for the increases isn't the anode beds. It's increased gas costs and increased PG&E. Those are the big drivers. And you could see that, how that's come up. And with regard to fiscal responsibility, hindsight is 20/20. We reached our $1 million, but we were on a nosedive as those other costs were going up so quickly. It was really unusual that, well, first of all, that PG&E costs would go up the way they did, but those two really bad winters with regard to expensive gas, that hurt. We can see now that that's stabilized as a result of those two cold winters. This goes to fiscal responsibility. I guess I need to hear this myself, right? As a result of those 2 winters, you have a gas purchase policy now that says you're going to buy gas ahead of time, that says you're going to get an annual report that gives the city manager the authority to buy gas. So with that, I feel pretty good about where we are. It's unfortunate about what happened, but a solution has been put in place with a gas purchase policy.
So I've looked at this extensively with the different rate increases and things of that nature, and I believe that the city was trying to create that maintenance account that you're talking about, Mr. Hill. There was in 2021 there was an idea to put $100,000 a year towards this type of thing, but from what I can see, it looks like that rates overran that type of thing. Am I correct? Or why was in 2021 when we did make the idea that we were going to do the $100,000 a year, and then in 2022 when it came back, it was removed and stated we were not going to put that money in towards that. So could you maybe explain a little bit of why we decided not to move forward with that?
Move forward with?
The $100,000 that was in 2021 that was stated that would be used for the anode bed replacements, and that was used for the 45% increase at the time. It was stated that one of the costs that we were going to do was put $100,000 back for that, and then in 2022 when the other 45% came forward, actually the first one was 50%, and I believe the next one was 45%, if I'm correct. I could have them switched, but regardless, the next time it came back, it was in black and white that we were not going to do that. So I'm just wondering what was the change from the time from point A and point B?
Well, the first 45% was to stop the give back, right? Because we had purposely set rates lower than expenses. We had purposely set rates over those 10 years to lose money. So in the first increase, we had to get back to break even. And then we had that first winter. That was the first one. The second one was the cold winter, 22, 23. When I've done these presentations, Mayor, I have been talking about the anode beds for several years, as you're aware. I'm asking myself, Robert's back there, but it's just been delayed. We've been able to delay it because they've continued to work. They're sacrificial anodes, right? So they're dissolving 160 feet under the ground. And so we knew the time was coming that they need to be replaced. But as long as they're working, we're getting the benefit of what's left. Well, so finally 2 of them have failed, so it's no longer an option. And we're not replacing them all at once, we're replacing them over 10 years, because all of the other ones are currently still working. And who knows, they might work more than 10 years. But as we will pick the next 2 that are most depleted for the next time.
I guess the reason I'm asking is because, former Mayor Lander was on, I think, maybe even on council during this time. And it was 2021. It says, regarding expenses, the gas enterprise has found no debt. Conversely, it has provided a loan to police and fire for $378, which is owed back to natural gas, which we did end up paying, I found out. And it says the gas enterprise has not incurred significant capital costs over the past decades, but is expected to incur capital costs in the next several years for replacement of anode beds for cathodic protection steel gas pipes. And it says accordingly, $100,000 per year is allowed going forward for capital expenses. Now, this was in 2021. That didn't happen.
No, it didn't.
It did not. And this was basing on a rate increase. This was like, hey, we're going to pay this amount because we're going to fix this stuff. But yeah, we didn't fix this stuff. In fact, in 2022, when we came back, it directly says that we're not going to spend the money on capital on that. And so that's what I'm wanting to know. Between 21 and 22, we had 2 rate increases. The first one was the idea of the capital improvements, and the second one completely removed the idea of capital improvements. And I just feel like that if you tell a council that you're going to do something, and it's in black and white, and you make a resolution for it, that it should be done. And it shouldn't take someone like me to go through and dig this stuff up out of the grave, literally, to try and figure it out. And so that's my frustrations with this, is I feel like that the citizens have been misled. That's how I feel. I don't feel like the city has, let me put this straight. I don't think the city has misspent any money. I believe the city has done their best job forward to try and make rates low for the citizens, because no one likes to raise rates. But I feel like when that 45% was put in, that $100,000 each year should have been put forward. And so I'm just asking the question of why it wasn't. Because that could have at least done one anode bed set, right? The 100,000.
Yes. I'm not quite sure how to answer your question.
It's okay.
Mayor, the driver for the 45% wasn't the anode beds. It was, at that point, it was wholesale gas cost. So where wholesale gas costs are going up $1 million a year, I'm going off the top of my head, or 800,000, that's a much bigger number than the 100,000. I'm going to speculate that the reason the report was different the next year is we realized, oh shoot, we got a problem. And we could wait at that time on the anode beds.
And that is actually what I was, that was going to be the idea that I was thinking too. From reading through this, I just want to make that, I struggle with this. I really do, because 3/4 of my district is probably low income and cannot afford increases. And literally some of them, when I went door to door, said they're eating cat food. So it's like, I struggle with this, but then I also struggle with the fact that if the city doesn't do something, then we're going to have these aged anode beds, and and let's not even take that into consideration. Let's just take the fact that the cap and trade stuff that's involved in there, right? That cap and trade fee is the real killer. It's really not. Even if without the anode beds, that is the real driver. Is that correct in what I'm hearing? Yeah? And then the wholesale price as well, right? Now, I guess another question I have is, are the people that are waiting and not buying in advance, because the way I look at it, and just get me wrong here, the more people that buy in advance, the more that it sets that market structure to where people are like, okay, well, look at how much gas we've already sold. And then other people are like, okay, well, maybe that price is going to go up, but does it go up or does it go down? How have we done on that?
Natural gas is a widely traded national commodity. So the prices that we're seeing are based on prices in Louisiana, which is the pricing point, and then an adder to bring it to the PG&E City Gate. So the prices that we see are representative of where the current balance is between buyers and sellers. Because if people weren't buying gas, in our case at $5.12, sellers would drop the price if they really wanted to move their gas.
So I guess that's my question. In December, and I guess maybe from October on, are we seeing the prices go up? Does it benefit us to buy in advance, or are we seeing the prices go down?
Well, that's the problem. That's hard. It's the pill that's hard to swallow. Prices are going down.
So then,
But it's the big but. If it gets cold this winter, or if a pipeline explodes, or somebody blows something up, those prices can go so quickly back to where they were in 22, 23. Can't take that risk.
well, I looked at your previous stuff all the way back from what I could find, 2020, 2021, and we were actually doing better at 40 and 45% than PG&E customers, and now you have us at like 30, 35%. So it looks like things have got progressively worse for us. They haven't gotten better. I mean, and that's even with the cost of being passed on from PG&E to other people. Now, I guess you could say that we weren't paying those fees until 2022, those extra fees. I guess, we could put that into there, but I'm just wondering if it doesn't fare out better for us if, we had that spike where it went all the way up, but you only see that spike once. We don't see it a bunch of times in that model. So are we faring better buying in advance, or would we fare better buying it on the market?
I appreciate that you're asking the question, because as a city council responsible for the city's finances, you could decide that we'll take the risk. And I could quantify how much risk you'd be taking. Probably up to the highest it would be about $1 million. If the market went berserk again, even with all the proactive managing I could do as we were going through it, it could cost you $1 million. How much does it save you? $225,000. So that, because I quantified that, right? It's $225,000 to pay the premium above $350, which is where winter prices have averaged the last 2 years.
So then I guess we'd have to look at how many years we'd be doing great compared to how many years it would go through the roof to see how we would do being better. If we went 5 years with the 200,000, and that's $1 million. And if we had 1 year where it spiked up, we'd be in the same place, but now we'd be in major rate problems because we'd have $1 million that we'd have to come up with. That'd be negative like 700,000 if we look at it.
Well, that's right. But you could, if you wanted to, you could borrow it from someplace else. But then we'd have to pay it back.
So I was curious about that because from what I understand, we have a healthy reserve fund, and we could actually take it right from reserves. I don't see any reason we wouldn't have to pay that money back at all. And I know if I ask 9 out of 10 residents if they'd rather take it from the reserve or if they'd rather take a 20% increase. Now, I know what you're going to say because I watched the slides. Even if we were going to take it out of reserves, that wouldn't fix the years in advance. Now, that also, though, is saying that in the years in advance that we're of what the purchase price of gas would be, which we don't know. We're guessing. So it's a guessing game. But I think, we've done a pretty good job at making sure that we don't go into that $1 million range by doing this. You're hedging the bets. And I think we, as a council, agreed, to do that for the benefit of the ratepayers, so that we don't have to do, 90% increases. I'm just asking all these questions because I want the public watching and paying attention to understand, all of these things, and I don't want people to think that we're going to vote on this and we didn't do our homework, because we have done the homework on this. And that's why, I asked everyone to come forward and talk, and that way that, this type of thing could get out to the public. But it's a struggle. It's a hard one. Anything else from council members? No? Should we go back? Can we go back to the public at all, or once it's closed, it's closed?
I mean, the public hearing portion is closed, and you can reopen if you want.
So everything being said, I'm going to reopen it for public if anyone would like to come up and speak. This is your opportunity.
Hi, I'm Julia Irwin from 215 Harvard Avenue. To me, the biggest concern is, like you said, we have funds that could cover the cost of things like the anodes. But at the end of the day, when we're talking about 20%, our general
our general public, they can't afford that at this time. Nobody can. It's not just the percentage of your district you said that's low income. I'll admit I'm not low income. I can't afford it. I don't even work in this city because I can't afford to be paid the wages that the city pays people. I work 2 hours away so that I can afford basic cost of living here. 20% would hurt my mother-in-law. It would hurt my husband and I. It would hurt my neighbors. And at the end of the day, as Scott also said, what happens now? We say we're going to go ahead and spend the money and fix these anodes. If we fix them, what's the promise that we're not going to be here 10, 20, 30 years down the road again? At some point, we have to take care of our citizens as much as we have to take care of all of our equipment. And that's why I would personally vote against anything like a 20% increase. Now, we've spoken, my mother-in-law and I, 2%, even 5% as much as we don't want to see it. I think there's ways to do this where it can be reasonable for people, even though obviously no increase is best. We understand that there's still things that have to be done to make sure that our infrastructure doesn't fail. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else from the public want to come up and talk, chime in on this? Even if you've already spoken, you can speak again.
Sorry,
I'll
one more
say something.
thing.
Go ahead.
I want Dan to know, I can't imagine the hours you spend into this, and obviously he knows what he's doing. He's done this for how many years for the city? So, you know, in no way are my comments meant disrespectful anyway. To me, it's just more, I feel like Mayor Vosburgh said in 2021, they're supposed to set aside 100,000. If that had been, you know, what are we, 2025 now? That's 400,000. That could have fixed the two, and then maybe we could be doing a 5% increase or 10%. That wouldn't put us that far in the hole. One question I do have, you show on one of the charts, even with the 20%, I believe in 2027, we're still like 400,000 in the red.
Yeah, 2 years out.
So we're probably looking at another increase then. So, I mean, it's just, I don't know the answer. And my concern was just, again, you know, we gotta plan better for these things. We know everything's gotta be repaired. And most of these issues were long before you guys ever got in those seats. But I just, you know, moving forward, hopefully, you know, we can do a little better job of planning for a rainy day, I guess. So, thank you, guys.
And then I'm going to go to the public that might be listening online. If there's anyone that wants to make a statement online as well.
Me?
Yes, sir.
As we know, the state's trying to get rid of natural gas, oil, the whole industry. So by adding those fees that the CARB is adding, airborne, whatever it is, they're going to continue to raise that to try to drive the gas out. They're going to try to price gas over electricity to where nobody can afford it. And that's not the city of Coalinga. That's the state of California. We're trying to mitigate that by doing our due diligence and keeping the prices as low as we can for our citizens. You look at the outlooks for natural gas, and you'll see some where they talk about, and Dan knows, you'll see the foreign markets. Like the U.S. is trying to sell natural gas to foreign markets. We're trying to shut down other countries from selling to our enemies by us providing it, which is going to drive the price of natural gas up here in the U.S. The market shows, and Dan knows, natural gas prices will continue to increase over the next 20 years. A lot. Just because of the demand for it worldwide. Because natural gas creates power everywhere but here. So we have to deal with that the best way we can. That's all I got.
It is a good point. One of the biggest drivers in natural gas prices increasing is exports. Liquefied natural gas exports. That demand is the biggest contributor to increases in demand.
Anyone else from the public? Before I close this for the final time for discussion for council before we move forward. Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing again, and we're going to reopen for discussion from council. So, can we do something creative? Anyone got any ideas?
Well, maybe. I wanted to reiterate a point here that the 20% increase builds a savings. Am I correct?
It maintains the fund balance where it is at the end of fiscal '25, after we spend $320,000 for anode beds and meters and valves.
And that amount is 200,000.
150 something thousand.
Yeah. And then the floor, the bottom line, where we could go and not go into debt is 10% breaks even. That's
Roughly.
So my thought is that we're between 10 and 20% to not damage the city or put them in a bad way and not damage the people through that. So that's where I'm at.
So, I had an idea. I don't know where everyone's sitting on this, but I know that the anode bed thing is an issue. So, let's say we paid for the first year of the anode bed out of the reserves, and then we did a smaller increase on the natural gas. So that would accomplish the fact that we would be able to stay in line, and then would also take some of our reserve money and pay for the anode beds, which I know, myself, I kind of feel like we should have done a while back. But I don't know how that sits with everybody else, but that's something that I was thinking. And how much was it for the anode beds? How much did we put towards that?
200,000. We're, from a planning standpoint, we're hoping the quotes come in at about 100,000 each. We don't know that yet because we can't know until we get the quotes. We've never done it, but the indication is about 100,000 each.
Let's say we took 200,000 out of reserves, and let's say we did a much smaller increase. That way that we could kind of meet in somewhere that's doable. Because let me tell you, I'm really struggling with this. Before any of this happened, I went door to door and told everyone I wasn't voting for increases at all, because I thought that we had already had a lot of increases. But then the state hits us with this, with these carb fees, and this is something you can't get out of. This isn't something we did. The anode beds are one thing, and that's why I'm proposing, like, hey, maybe we could take some of that money out of reserves. But the other portion, that's nothing we could have done. There's nothing you can do to forecast for that. So I don't know. I'm just going to put that out there and see what the council might think.
So are you saying take money out of the reserves to get it below 10?
Well, I'm saying that if we took 200,000 out of the reserves to pay for the anode beds, or to put a payment on the anode beds, because as you stated, it may be a little bit more, and we're hoping that that's what will fall into the range, that at least that would give our citizens some comfort towards the fact that we're proactively doing something beyond what we're trying to do. Because what we would do if we did these rate increases would stop rate increases from being massive in the future. And I'm totally against rate increases. I ran on this, and I feel really bad. I feel like that, this is something that we can't control. So I'm just trying to figure out a way that we can do this without it hurting so hard.
Well, it seems like that would just be trying to get it below 10% then, because the anode beds are built into these percentages already. So whether it's 10% or up to 20%, the anode beds are in there.
Mm-hmm.
So what you're proposing would possibly get us below that 10% mark.
I'm trying to do whatever I can to get the number lower, because I'm listening to the public, and people have been come and talk to me about this, and I'm trying to do whatever I can.
I'm all about that. I just want to make sure it's a sound.
And so I see Dan over here working some numbers probably on his phone.
And what we have to consider is that whatever percentage you guys set tonight, we still may have to get to 20 by next year.
Obviously,
So
we're gonna have to
even if you supplement capital expenditures with reserve funds, which I don't necessarily recommend using general fund money to pay for capital expenditures on an enterprise fund. As we mentioned, it is a business. That is separate business from tax money from the general fund. However, the council can choose what you like to do. But if you don't set the rate at a certain percentage, you're not going to have operating revenue coming in that's going to be needed, even though you have that expense, because those expenses are going to come in the future. We don't know exactly when those anode beds go out, because the anode beds work until they don't work. So there's no reason really to
And we obviously don't
replace
save
them
money for
until
them.
they
Yeah,
go
sure.
out.
Yeah.
So we just want to be careful with that, even though if so you guys so choose. I mean, you're still, if you lower it below 10, you're looking at having to offset that next year.
I'm not a fan of robbing Peter to pay Paul. I mean, it is what it is, but it's an option.
Well, and I mean, I think that looking at the year in advance, we're also looking at what we think natural gas prices are going to be in advance too. So that may or may not come to be the conclusion. And, also our purchasing policy, we may want to revisit that and look at the fact, look at it if it's actually benefiting us to do the purchase plan, or if we're willing to roll the dice and see about how that works. And, nobody's doing this nobody's, the city's not doing this because they want to make, the citizens pay more. We're trying to figure out how to make it pay less and how to stabilize this. And I know that that's what Dan's been doing. I know that's what Sean's been doing. Unfortunately, us five that are here, 4 at the moment, but we're all involved in this. And so we're trying to do the best thing for the citizens of this town. And we're trying to, it's a really tough decision. I mean, I would be in favor with you taking the 200,000 and taking it from reserves, and then do you have any math done for us, Dan? Because I see you working here.
Yeah. So the problem that's created is the 10% increase takes us from operating income that's minus $90,000 to plus $110,000. So some of that 10% is getting us out of the hole. It's $270,000. That's what 10% is. It's $270,000 of additional revenue from rates. So when you talk about reducing, the capital expense from it's $320 by $200,000, it becomes $120,000. So really what you're talking about is where we land the fund balance when it's all over, because we need $93,000 just to get out of the hole from last year. So it's not as easy as you're saying. It's
Absolutely. We have a question from City Attorney.
Yeah, just a question, because I became a lawyer because I'm not good at math. So what does that mean, for the person? Like, what is that going to show up? We're talking about, 270,000, 90,000. What does that mean to somebody, and, percentages, right? What does that actually mean in dollars to somebody's bill? If their bill's, $20 a month, what are we looking at? I mean, I know what 20% of $20 is, but what does that equate on a monthly basis for a normal ratepayer if it's a 10% increase, 20% increase?
Well, it's 7%.
In dollars.
The 200,000
in dollars
is
right. So if I'm this young lady right here and her gas bills, I don't know, if it's $30, what is she going to expect with a 20% increase,
right,
10% increase?
I'm getting there. Well, the 20% increase is $94, which is annually. So if we made it 10%, it would be.
And we get what?
It's
So
$780. If it's 20%, it's $392. I have to be careful how I say this. It's $3.92 a month if the rate increase is 10%, which is a cup of coffee.
So about $4 a month at
Yeah.
10%, about $8 at 20%.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
And it would be less in the summer and more in the winter, but it would average out to about $4 a month
So annually about $100 per person
at 20%.
at 20%. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I hadn't thought about it that way, but it's $4 a month at 10%, $8 at 20%.
So, do you know, I was trying to look at my gas bill to find out how much I use. And what I was also wondering is that, do these pricing with these, just like with water, when we raise the rates of water, people use less. So then inherently, you know, we don't gather as much money. And then it happens again and again and again. And pretty soon you have this decline in usage, which causes the increase in rates. Do you see that? Do we have a therm count rating to see like, and of course, then this can all be looked into as a, hey, was it colder last year than the year before? And I know that those things matter, but also I do think there's a lot of people, I can tell you in my household, I tell them turn the dang heater off, don't run it, because I don't want to pay that bill. So I can't think that other people ain't doing the exact same thing.
Well, Mayor,
We'll be making less.
as always, you do make a good point. I showed how I did the math. It's based on the 3-year average and adjusted. But the thing to keep in mind is if I actually projected that people would use less gas, you know what's coming, because the price is higher, I would set the rates higher. Okay. Which doesn't feel good, but we have to have enough revenue to cover our expenses. It's the same thing we dealt with during the water crisis. If you use less, you pay more, which nobody likes. And you know, for those of you who are in business, if you could run a business like that, it would be so great, right? But you can't. But here we're operating a city, and you, City Council, are the accountability that this is done responsibly. So the buck stops here. I mean, that's why it works. That's why I'm still standing here.
So can I ask you a question? What does a 5% rate increase with $200,000 from the reserves look like? I know you're just quick at math. You're probably the best math person in here, and that's why.
You talking to me?
Yeah, of course. You probably got a slide on it.
Ask me the question again.
5% increase, 200,000 from the reserves to pay for the iNode beds, considering that the iNode beds would be 200,000.
So that would mean instead of 270,000 in additional revenue, we would have 135,000 in additional revenue. And so that 135,000, I would subtract the 93,000 that were in the hole, which means the operating income, I got to be careful how I, so, okay, you got me. So it would be 135,000 instead of 270,000.
And I wouldn't ask you this if I didn't think that you were highly capable of doing this on the fly.
Oh, thank you. I'm almost there. So the net operating income for 26 is $110,000 with a 10% increase. But if that's only 5%, I'm going to give up $135,000. That's it. So it's $111,000 minus $135,000. That means I would come in, my net income with a 5% increase would be minus $24,000 at the end of 26 instead of 110,000. So now I'm at minus 24,000. And I'm not going to spend 320,000 because you're going to take 200,000 away, right?
I'm going to give the 200.
But we're still going to spend 120,000 for meters and valves because we need to. So it's 24,000 minus 24,000. It's minus 144,000. So the fund balance would be minus 144,000 instead of minus 56,000, or someplace near there.
So even with the 10% increase, you're saying we're gonna be at a negative 56,000? For the
Yeah.
inode beds?
Yeah, because I'm giving up, oh, here's another way of looking at it. I'm giving up 135,000, and you're giving me back 200,000, so it's a little bit better. I mean, you could look at it that way too, because I'm giving up $135,000 to go from 10% to 5%. So you're gaining, I guess you could argue, right?
Can I read something? This is a search, AI, you gotta love it. It says using reserve funds to pay for city gas is generally a short-term, unsustainable solution that can signal financial instability. Provides quick relief during budget shortfall or price spike, but is not prudent long-term strategy. I mean, take that for what you will. You know, and that's how I feel about it.
Yeah, no, and I agree if we were only talking about the rates, but I think we're also talking about the beds. So.
Beds are covered in this, and what we're doing is we're setting a precedent that would carry over or could carry over into other things. It's just not, I don't believe it's sound practice.
Well, I mean, one could argue that having reserves of, and a general fund of how much we have is not sound practice, to be honest with you. We probably shouldn't have a $4 to $5 million healthy general fund with $4 million in reserves. That means that we didn't spend money when we could have, and we could have got a bang for a buck value. That would have been better, and now we're, during inflation times of going up, we actually missed buying power. So there is multiple ways to look at this. I'm just trying to figure out a way that we can, you know, make a Band-Aid for something that we could all agree on, right? So. I know this is a tragedy decision.
I mean, my thought is to do a 10 and then know that we're gonna have to do another 10 coming down the road. That's, it just is what it is. But what it does is at least gives it a, you know, easing the blow, if you will.
So I know this isn't negotiations, but knowing that I've said for a long time that I wouldn't be willing to rate increase. I'd be willing to go 5% with the $200,000 from the reserve, but that's probably where I'd be sitting at because I just can't fathom the fact that we wouldn't spend any of the reserve money because I do believe that in 2021 that we should have replaced those beds because I believe it was in writing right here and we didn't. Now that doesn't mean that the ratepayers didn't gain the benefit out of that because we did. We would have had higher increases in later dates. But I just think that would be a prudent idea, and I do get what you say, and I agree with you that it's not a sound practice to continue on. Because of the fact that but I do believe for capital projects that reserve funds, that is a sound practice. And I do believe that is why you have a capital improvement fund. And I do believe that during the budget, we should have made a capital improvement fund for different things like this. And this is one of the things that I had said through the budget. So I've said this for years. But that being said, I guess someone has to make a motion, and we'll see where we land.
I'll make a motion to amend the resolution 4293 and change it from 20 to 10%.
And I'd make a motion that we change it to 5% with 200,000 from reserve. So we have two motions on the table. Does the first motion have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded for 10% modification. Roll call, I believe we have to do a roll call vote because it's a public hearing.
This is for the changing from 20 to 10, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Councilman Schindler,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Horn,
Aye.
Councilman Ramirez,
Nay, because I had another proposal.
Mayor Vosberg.
No. So we're going to move on to the second proposal. Second, of the 5% with 200,000, do I have a second?
Can we hear the third proposal first?
Absolutely. Let's put the third motion up first.
I just wanted to propose maybe a 15% meet halfways and do general fund for the other 5%. How would that look?
Say it again.
The 15%, but do the 5% with the general fund.
15%.
Mm-hmm. You say we're gonna pay the 10% no matter what upcoming, right? We're paying the 10% no matter what coming up.
10%, if you do 10% now, we're most likely looking at probably about 10% next year.
Right, and we do 15% and then pay off the general fund, the 5% left.
With the 5% with the general fund, you're still looking at potentially 5% next year, because all the general fund source is going to, it's not going to offset
Right.
operating costs, because the rates will create ongoing income, but if you offset with general fund reserves, you're going to end up basically you're just augmenting cash. You're not actually increasing rates long term to actually continue ongoing revenue. So if you do 15%, then you're basically just saying 15% this year, 5% next year. So essentially, if you're looking at 10% this year, you look at 10% next year.
No matter what, 10% next year.
Or based on when we look at we do 10% this year, we're going to be monitoring it consistently throughout the year. So if, like Dan said, if we have a really cold year, we may sell more gas. It may be a lesser increase next year, but we don't have a crystal ball to know exactly what it's going to be like.
That's what's getting me the prediction.
So if it's going to be cold or if it's going to be warm, you don't know. But with a 10%, then we look at it and we have to look and see where we're going to be at next year.
So then a 10% looks safe to me, and no matter what, we're gonna have to bite it. So everybody take all your Mexican San Marco blanket and let's warm up.
So I have a little bit more confidence in my numbers about the impact of, Mayor, as you said, 5%, and then the general fund kicks in 200,000. It would basically it would leave the fund balance very close to zero. And it makes sense because we're taking out 200 and bringing in 135. So that erases the 50,000 negative that's there now. So that's what it would do.
So we went from me saying I wouldn't do no rate increase to doing a 5% with 200,000. Can I please get a second from anybody?
I'll second that.
Okay, roll call vote.
Mayor Vosberg,
I vote yes.
Councilman Ramirez,
Aye.
Councilman Schindler,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Horn.
And I vote aye.
And I appreciate everyone for coming on this issue. I know that this was a tough one, and I appreciate council for working very hard, to make this. Sometimes the compromises are when everyone walks away unhappy, and I believe that a lot of us probably are not happy. So, but it's something we had to do, and I feel bad because I broke the promise to my voters, and I said that I would not raise rates at all. But that CARB thing that hit us, there's no getting away from that. There's nothing we can do. If we just continue down the path, then we will absolutely put the citizens in a worse position. And now we have a lot of work to do to try and figure out what we're going to do for next time. And I very much appreciate Dan and all of his work.
Thank you. If I could just ask a procedural question now. We will modify the resolution to reflect a 5% increase and the rate table, obviously. Can we also write into the resolution that there will be the $200,000 transfer from the general fund to the gas fund specifically for the anode beds? Okay.
And let's make it specific from the reserve fund, so that it doesn't hit the general fund.
You want reserve, not
The reserve,
not the fund
yes, the
balance.
reserve.
Okay.
And then you guys are off tomorrow. We can do that and have it Monday. We don't want to let this go too long while we've got it fresh in our minds. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. I'm sorry, I know that was painful to everybody.
Mayor, can I ask a question? So on your motion, I just want to make sure, are you amending, do you want that to come back, or did you amend
We amended it.
the resolution?
We
Okay.
amended it.
So it will not come back, we'll just make
Correct.
that.
Yes. All right, so we're moving on to the consent calendar. And we have, let's see, we have 18 items. My goodness, it's a large one. Is there anything that anyone would like to pull?
I'd like to pull number 9 for explanation.
Okay.
And a possible suggestion to change.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, so don't be scared, because I'm going to pull some of these, but it's going to be just for clarifying questions, okay? So I'm going to pull number 3. I'm going to pull number 12. I'm going to pull number 13. I'm going to pull number 14. And I'm going to pull number 18. And these are for clarifying questions. This isn't for discussion on these. Anyone else want to pull anything else? Nope. Okay, we're going to do this quick. Number 3, strategic plan implementation, Envision project list monthly update. I would just like to know where we're at on the splash pad and where we're at on the animal shelter and where we're at on the food court.
It's in the report, Mayor.
I was just thinking I could get a little bit more in depth. Is all this stuff in planning? Are we working on all of it?
Yeah, I just have to pull up the,
Okay. I'm kind of looking at for the public benefit, so the public knows that we're working for them.
yeah, so food court, first thing, we've got about $100,000 budgeted this fiscal year for preliminary design. We've been working with Precision Civil Engineering on some conceptual plans. So they're currently working on a conceptual plan. We're hoping to have some kind of conceptual plan by December where we can present something so council's able to kind of see something visually. We're trying to get somebody that has some more visual design so we can have something that's more just rather than lines on a paper, something you can see more more three-dimensional to kind of see what it's going to look like rather than something that's just kind of lines on a paper. So hopefully we'll start some preliminary design sometime in early January, and then we'll start developing some cost estimates and start developing up a formal plan. So as we start developing the budget for fiscal year 26, or actually 27, we'll be able to have an idea of what we're gonna need to budget for actual construction for that particular project. In terms of the animal shelter, we're finalizing the kennels. There's some exterior improvements and site work that's being done right now, finalizing the site work. There's some fencing. We're doing some additional signage. Robert, I don't think that's about it. I think there's just some outdoor improvements that are being done. We're using some of our city crews. I know there was some delays on some of the HVAC issues that we were having, so they're finalizing that. But I imagine we're probably a month or two out from hopefully being complete with the animal shelter. And then with the splash pad, we have contracts signed for a lot of the work. We're still expected, what did I put in my date? Hold on a second. Splash pad, we're still expected to do we're on track for a May ribbon cutting for that particular project.
Excellent. And can we just update the website with that information too?
We will every month. These reports, all the departments provide reports on all of the projects, and then we stitch all the reports together, and then we publish this on the website every month. So all the projects are published typically the week after the meeting. We always provide the report on the second council meeting of each month for the prior month. So this is September's update. We'll have October's update probably maybe in December, because we usually only have one meeting in November. And then we'll provide that update on the website. And we have that ongoing. And then we also have our one-time projects. We're actually starting to have that posted on our website as well, as we're updating those one-time projects that are on the budget. We have that an ongoing list going as well. So we have that project list going on the website.
I just want to say that everyone at the city is doing a great job, and these projects are moving forward, and that's why I pulled it, because I want the citizens to know that your money is being well spent on these projects, and they're moving forward, and we're not trying to have delays. So I appreciate that very much, Sean.
Can we overview when the splash pads, the different images that we get from how it's gonna look? Can we see something where the contractors actually see the heat of Coalinga? Because I've noticed a lot of these projects that when they're like playgrounds, we have a little canopy, but we don't take into consideration the heat that Coalinga actually gets. And I would like to see.
There's a large canopy that's being that's included on the site. Actually, the site plan is located. It's actually on the coming soon sign.
Okay.
So there's a coming soon sign, and it has actually the site layout, and it has it shows the canopy on there.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Number 9.
So I just had a question on this. I really is more of a suggestion, but I'd like an explanation real quick.
Sure, we're finally getting some new vehicles arriving, and with that, we want to surplus the old vehicles that we could use for parts. The majority of the vehicles are damaged or need some major motors, engines, 2009, 2014. So we want to surplus those vehicles for parts and to get them out of the fleet as we get these new vehicles in.
So in the past, people have complained because there was no opportunity to purchase or to bid on these vehicles local. So instead of the salvage, can we do something like that? Can we?
Yeah, we could do a local auction bid. Yeah, we also use Gov Deals. We can put them on that. But yeah, we could probably do something where we can do an auction locally.
Okay.
We've done it before, I think, for some of our public works vehicles and other
3-4 years ago.
Yeah. And then I think we hosted it out at the mat off of Alcalde.
So would you like to see that change built in? Yeah?
Okay.
Okay. And then number 12, adopt resolution opposing California Prop 50. I'm just going to pull that to, I guess, have it read if possible.
You want me to read it?
Please.
Oh, okay. All right, so this was a request by Mayor Vosburgh to prepare a resolution in opposition of Prop 50. Prop 50 is it's a constitutional amendment proposing that California use a new legislative drawn congressional district map beginning in 2026. And it basically replacing the existing maps drawn by what they used was a Citizens Redistricting Commission. So I'm just going to read the resolution that we prepared for the council to approve. So it says, whereas Prop 50 on the November 4th ballot is a proposed constitutional amendment that would temporarily replace the maps drawn by California's Citizens Redistricting Commission with the congressional district maps drawn by the legislature for the 26, 28, and 2030 elections. And whereas under Prop 50, the legislative maps would not be required to follow all the state criteria currently imposed on the independent commission, thereby weakening protections for communities of interest, continuity, compactness, and minimizing county and city splits. Proposition 50 would effectively suspend the authority of the independent commission for a multi-election cycle, undermining the nonpartisan redistricting reform enacted by California voters in 2008 and reaffirmed in 2010. Local governments, community groups, and good government advocates have expressed concern that Prop 50 undermines local representation, reduces transparency in drawing districts affecting cities and counties, and erodes voter confidence and fairness of elections. Whereas the City of Coalinga values fair representation, local input in district design, integrity of the redistricting process, and protecting communities of interest from being divided and marginalized by partisan map changes. And now therefore be it resolved by the City of Coalinga resolved by the City Council of the City of Coalinga as follows. The above recitals are true and correct and hereby incorporated by reference that the City Council hereby formally expresses its opposition to Prop 50 and urges voters of the City of Coalinga to vote no on Prop 50. That the city clerk is directed to transmit a certified copy of the resolution to the Governor of California, the State of California Legislature, the State Secretary of State, and the California Citizens Redistricting Commission and local media. This resolution shall take effect immediately upon adoption.
So the reason I asked to put this on here wasn't because of partisanship. It's exactly the opposite, to be honest with you. I'm against Texas doing this. We do have at least 5 states who have absolutely no Republicans at all in their Congress because of this type of stuff. That being said, though, I'm not in favor of anybody doing it. And so 2 things can be right at the same time, and that's why I'm against this. Our current representation is Congressman Gray, who he's a Democrat, and he's been working really hard. He has. He's been working hard for Coalinga. We put a grant in for him, and he has responded back with that he has it at the table. So this isn't a partisan issue from me personally. This is something that I don't believe that we should allow the legislature to benefit themselves by redistricting. And amazingly enough, this will put our people that will be in our district will be nowhere near us, right? They're going to be all the way south. So that's why that I put this forward. And so I just wanted to clarify that because I know a lot of people have taken this as a partisan step, and that is not my approach on this. And I don't know if anybody on the council wanted to chime in on this as well.
I would just say this is the fox, the notorious fox watching the hen house kind of thing. So yeah, it's not good for anybody.
Right.
Yes, I agree, because, I mean, would you just stick in, I think it's, we're playing like he did it, you did it, kind of thing, and, we sit here and some of, and I'm very neutral. We take these trips to Washington and, we ask for funds and, we think we're doing a good thing and we're so happy, and next thing you know, our funds go somewhere else. And it just, very sad, and I think this should not be happening like this. I think it should be us as the voters, voting for what is right.
Anyone else?
I'm going to not say anything, just so I don't.
Okay, no problem.
Get in trouble.
Sure. Okay, so we're going to move on to item number 13. Council consideration and approval of resolution 4296, authorizing submission of grant application for the safe routes to school and safety improvement projects.
Yeah, so this is a Measure C grant application related to active transportation. Essentially what we're doing is we submitted an application really just enhancing more walkability around the schools. So we have a lot of enhancements around the elementary school on Adams, Fresno, and then we also have some enhancements along kind of that 3rd Street, Birch, kind of convoluted crosswalk there by the high school. We're going to do some improvements there. And then also just kind of looking at path of travel that students utilize from the high school to the local businesses during lunchtime to really make sure they have safe crossings and accessibility during those times. So we have some crossings like on 4th Street, down 4th, across Birch, and then we also have a lot on California Street, as I mentioned, kind of near the elementary school, near Adams in California, and then a little bit on Washington Street, just ensuring that we have some crosswalks in those areas. It includes new sidewalks. There's crosswalks, curb ramps, and so it's really kind of primarily those types of improvements that we're looking at, drive approaches of that sort, are the improvements that we're going to see in those areas. It's about a $700,000 application that we put in.
And I just want to remind people that we have been very fortunate to get these when we put the applications in. This is $700,000 plus dollars, and who funds this?
This is through Measure C.
It would be through Measure C. And so I just want to make people aware, the Measure C funds. So that was my reason in pulling this one. Moving on to item number 14, approve merchant services provider agreement with Invoice Cloud for digital payment processing services for customers of utility accounts.
Thank you. I know we've been talking about the gas tonight, and I think this will shine some light on the city of Coalinga. Since November 2018, the city had partnered with Global Payment through our current ERP system, who is Tyler. And at that time, I believe we went with Global Payments was because of the rate. It was very, very low. So what I have on the staff report is, a comparison over the past 4 years, and you can see how aggressively the rates has gone up. Even though the number of transactions were low, the settlement amount was low, but you can see the cost to the city has drastically increased over the years. And so, as Dan had brought it up in our last meeting, then again this meeting, we see this increase, and the 11% includes, of course, the merchant fees and all the other fees, such as fees with our current ERP company, who is Tyler. And so what staff and I did was we researched Global Payments, which is the current one, Tyler Technologies. They do have a solution. And then we have Invoice Cloud. And when we did the research, we were looking at, how much can the city save, what solutions are out there, what models do they have for us, what solutions they have for us that will benefit the city and also the citizens of the city. And I did put a summary of the different models in here, and we do have Tyler Technologies, and the rates are low. However, we have been in contact with some of the users who are also using their solution, and they're not quite happy with the solution. And they do have some issues with the solution. And so I don't want to put staff and I don't want to put the city through implementing something that we may encounter issues with, and therefore will increase the cost to continue to maintain the system. And then we do have Global Payments, or OpenEdge, same company. And we can see that they did reduce the rates, but we were just recently informed that the rates will go up again. And because of that, I don't want to put the city into a situation where we see the rates dropping, not drastically though. Even though they're going to give us a reduced rate, it is still going to be very high. But I don't want to put the city in a situation where, okay, we stay status quo with it, they reduce the rate, and then they increase the rates for us again, and then we have to come back and then try to find a new company because the rates has now gone up again. And so then we do have Invoice Cloud. So I do have Haley Jocelyn from Invoice Cloud, and she is going to go over the models that they have, the solutions for us. And I want to also inform council and the public that we are also looking at not just utilities, but also to bring in services for what I consider the general governmental services, such as like business license or permitting, because today we don't have that option for any of our businesses to pay electronically. They have to come in and make a payment, or they have to mail in a check. But with this new solution, we're going to incorporate that in addition with the utility payments as well. So with that, I'll hand you guys over to Haley.
Hi, Council. I will try to keep this a little bit brief. I know we've been here a little while, but just to get an idea of the 3 different fees, the first one is submitter. That would be where the residents are paying the fee associated with the online payment, whether that be via credit card or an e-check, which you'll see in that first submitter model. So for utility, that would be, the second model, that would be 3.25% with a $1.95 minimum paid by the utility resident. This also is a hybrid model where the city would absorb that $1.50 for e-check. So it kind of puts a mix in there. And I'll pull up my presentation here and share my screen for you guys to see. Just give me one moment. I'm not sure I have the ability to share my screen in here. Oh, here we go. So that first model that I was talking about, I guess it's second on the agenda, is the hybrid model, where, yeah, the resident would pay 3.25% with a $1.95 minimum, and then a $1.50 flat fee is absorbed by the city. So there's still a free option. And the total estimated cost here is $29,232 annually. The other model that I had spoke to Mai about is the non-submitter model. So the city would absorb all credit card and debit card transactions at 2.72%, and then e-check at $1.50 flat fee. This total estimated cost is higher. However, if you continue to raise any sort of rates, that will impact into that 2.72%. And then the last model we have here is that submitter model. We had spoken about this for the general fund, and that's where the resident pays 3.25% for a credit or debit card, and then e-check is that flat $2.50 fee paid by the resident as well. So those are the 3 model options that we had discussed with Mai. Any questions on these models here?
I'm sorry,
I'm
were you
sorry.
asking for if we had questions?
Yes.
Okay. Council? And are we asking just to, are we asking to decide a model within the, within this, or are we just asking to approve and then bring back a model at a later date?
It would be to select a model. So what I'm proposing is that, so there are 3 models. One of them is going to be the non-submitter, which is the first model that we saw. And that one, I believe the, hold on. Can you go back to the non?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I
Submitter.
started, I think, with the hybrid there, but the non-submitter
Okay.
is what you guys have in place today, where you
Yes.
pay all of the fees for your residents.
So the non-submitter is going to be the city absorb all. This is based off of our current practice where the city absorbs everything. And so the non-submitter, the city will absorb all costs. And when the city absorbs it, the processing fee, the rate is 2.72%. And then for any of the e-checks, so e-checks are if you're going to pay through your bank. And that is going to be $1.50 per flat fee per transaction. And then we have the hybrid. So the hybrid is going to be where the resident will pay for the credit card and debit card usage, but the city will absorb that $1.50. So those are the 2 main models that I'm looking at. And then we have the submitter. So the submitter is specifically for the city governmental services such as permitting, business license, et cetera. So what I would like is to have those two main models plus the submitter attaching onto whichever model you guys pick.
So I have to admit, we're kind of a little bit caught off guard to pick a model at the moment. What does council think?
Okay.
What does it currently cost to process a paper check?
I have not done that calculation.
I'm just curious because, you know, if it costs us more than $1.50, then that would be
I'm sure it costs us
bit
more. Yes.
Right, okay.
And would the residents will still have the option of going online, checking what their account balance is, and then going to their bank and sending that check in, and there wouldn't be a fee from the city to take the check, correct? As long as they
Correct.
don't go through this system?
Yes.
So this is purely convenience,
Yes,
which we've been paying 11%
Of,
for that convenience
yes.
for quite some time.
yes, yes.
Is that, yeah?
That is correct. And along with the solution, we will also have a new, what we call a landing page. So today you go into the website to make your payment, all you get to see is just utilities. And then you make a payment based on your bill. With the new landing page, it's going to be like a store where you go in there, you are, yes, a customer, a utility customer, but yet you also have a business. And now you need to pay your business license. Well, now you can do both. You can click on what you need to pay and you can do all that in one-stop shop. Today you can't. And so we did look at one of the Invoice Cloud current customer, Sequel Creek?
Sequel Creek, yes.
Yes. And we did see the application, we did see their application, how she used it. It was very user-friendly, and we did not look at it from a city perspective. We looked at it as if we were a resident, and it was very user-friendly.
So I guess my point is that no matter which section that we choose, technically we're saving people money because we were paying 11%. Even though people didn't realize they were paying that 11%, that 11% hits the funds. And
Yes.
it's not just, it's all funds. Is that correct? So anything that we would pay a bill with would be, saving overall money to the city. Is that correct?
Yes.
In this system?
Yes.
Okay. And do you have a recommendation?
Well, I do, however,
I think what it
So-
really depends on if the council wants to pass all convenience fees on to the customers, the e-check and the credit card fees, or the hybrid model where the e-check is an option where the city would absorb the e-check. And I think that's where between all, and that would be just on the enterprise funds, correct? The e-check?
yes.
I think that's 27. That would run the city about $27,000 to $32,000 a year to offer that service based on current usage. That would be among the three different enterprises. So, but I think we have the option that basically, if you want to pass all fees, so the $1.95, is that right, or $1.50?
$1.50.
$1.50 for the e-check, that can be passed on to the customer, and then also all the no cost to the city for the general government services also.
Yeah, so the no cost for the submitter, this one is all for, I call it the general, is really for the general fund. So when they're making a payment, it's usually somebody who's getting a permit or business license or paying any fines or any fees that is owed to the city. So in that retrospect, to me, it should be whoever's making that payment, the resident, the business, et cetera. But the other two, the hybrid and the non-submitter, it depends how the council wants to handle the service fees. If you decide that, council decides that we should pass fees on to the residents, then that means zero fees. Like that will drop drastically. But if you say, okay, you know what, we can cover the checks at $1.50 per, payment, then the city will take on that, and then the resident will take the 3.25%.
For the credit card, yeah.
So
Personally, I don't like the idea that the city's subsidizing fees in the first place. We did subsidize them for a long time for convenience, and it just seems like it got us into a world of trouble financially on all funds, right? And
Yes.
so I think that people can come in and they can pay with a check. They can pay from their bank with a check. You don't get charged nothing to do that. If I were the DMV, they're going to charge me like $4. And most government agencies are going to charge you something to be able to do it. I don't know. I don't know what the rest of council's thinking. I mean, I just don't think the city, especially in the situation we're in, I don't think we have the money to subsidize the fee. And so I don't look at it as we're charging the fee. I look at it as the merchant's charging the fee,
Yes.
and they're paying it for the ease of use, because those aren't our fees. Those are the fees that they're paying the merchant. And I'd just like to be clear about that, because the city's not making. If the city was making money off of that, like, hey, like we're making money for you to pay us, that'd be one thing, but we're not. The merchant's making that money. So I want to be clear about that. The city is not making money off of you paying them. They're only recouping the fees for the services. Is that correct?
that is correct.
Right. Okay. So I would like to make a motion that, unless there's more discussion, that we do not subsidize the fees because we can't. We don't have the money to. Especially since this is dealing with enterprise funds, and we're already trying to bail ourselves out, so.
So that means that you would select a submitter? Is that correct?
Yes, it would be the submitter.
For both general fund and utility.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll second that.
1 second, we're getting some clarification from the city attorney.
Okay, we're good. We're good.
We're good?
Just make sure we're picking the option that is not subsidizing the fees.
Yeah, we're not subsidizing the fees. Is that the submitter?
Yes.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded for the submitter. Hold on, do we have to pull this off and vote on this separately?
Nope, you just clarified it for the consent.
Okay, so let me just get clarification. We don't have to vote on it. We're gonna give recommendation.
Yeah.
So is
when-
everyone in
We have clarification.
clarification for that? Trying to make sure we do this correctly.
Yeah, so when there's a motion to adopt the consent calendar, you do it with that change.
So yes, exactly. So when we adopt the consent calendar, we're gonna have the change that was done for the local bid on the surplus, and we're also gonna have the submitter change on number 14. Okay. Any other discussion on that one? Or any other comments, I guess I should say? Okay. Number 18, authorize city manager to execute credit card service agreement between World Fuel Services and the city of Coalinga. And I'd just like to highlight this because we haven't had an ability to accept payments. And this is going to be a good thing.
Yeah.
So if you could just shine a little light on it. It could be a quick summary.
Sure, I can do it. So the city purchased a transfueler that came with the M4000 card processing system. So in order to process credit card payments for point of sale at the terminal, a credit card processor is required. So World Fuel provided fuel and credit card processing for the airport previously. So approving the contract allowed fuel to be available for purchase with the option of self-serve. So credit card processing enables for the convenience of self-serve at the airport, because currently it's not. There are some modifications that we have to get. We still have to do out at the fueler to get it up and running. There are some, and also on the actual processing system, but we'll definitely put out some notifications once the system is up and ready and operational for our aviation community.
So let's just put it out there. People will be able to buy fuel from the Coalinga Airport.
Yes, shortly.
Yeah. And that's a big deal because we've been off the map for a long time.
Yes. Perfect. All right. So we have the consent calendar with a couple changes. The local auction bid rather than the surplus, and then we have the submitter Can I entertain a motion?
I motion to approve the consent calendar with the changes.
I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Mayor votes aye. Consent calendar passes. Before we move on to ordinance presentation discussion, we are going to take a 5-minute recess because I know a lot of people are probably getting ready to snooze at this point. So let's get up and move around a little bit. All right. If we can get everyone back in their seats, we're going to be starting the meeting shortly. I appreciate for everyone who has stayed for this. All right, we're going to call this meeting back to order at 8:47 p.m. We're going to move on to the discussion and potential action items. Number one is review and discuss of a draft ordinance that would amend Chapter 1 of Title 6 of the Coalinga Municipal Code relating to animal control, fines, cruelty, licensing, and pet responsibility. And I'm going to turn this over to Sean, and then after that, we'll go to anyone that has a comment card.
Thank you. So tonight, staff's recommending the City Council review and discuss a draft ordinance amending Chapter 1 of Title 6 of the Coalinga Municipal Code relating to animal control, and provide direction to staff regarding any desired revisions prior to the ordinance being scheduled for formal introduction and first reading at a future meeting. The City of Coalinga's existing animal control regulations are outdated and do not reflect the city's evolving needs for effective enforcement, responsible pet ownership, and protection of animal welfare. The city continues to face recurring issues, including loose animals, unlicensed and unvaccinated pets, illegal breeding operations, and cases of animal neglect and cruelty. The city recognizes the importance of enforcing regulations related to animal control and are prepared to increase its efforts to do so now that the city's administration is solidified and moving out of a phase of transition with its top management. To address these challenges, staff has prepared a comprehensive draft ordinance to strengthen the city's enforcement authority, clarify responsibilities of animal owners, and promote humane treatment and care of animals within the community. The updated ordinance also aligns the city's code with the current state law and modernizes standards for animal control and care. So in terms of the summary of the draft ordinance, the draft ordinance proposes several substantial amendments to Chapter 6-1, which is kind of our animals and fowls section of the municipal code. So some of the major updates include expanded duties and authority of animal control officers, which basically clarifies the animal control officers and peace officers share enforcement responsibilities, grants authorities to impound loose, neglected, and dangerous animals, investigate reports and vicious dogs, establishes penalties for interfering with animal control operations. It talks about dog licensing, rabies vaccination, and microchipping requirements. So it basically kind of talks about requiring proof of current rabies vaccination and mandates microchipping for all dogs licensed within the city. There's also some discussion about inhumane treatment and animal cruelty regulations, and so there are some modifications to that component. There's areas of pet responsibility act updates, which establishes escalating fines for pet owners whose animals are repeatedly found at large. It still keeps the first violation as a written warning, but second violations go from $100 to $500, $100 to a $500 administrative citation, with a third or subsequent violation from $500 to a $1,000 administrative fine. It authorizes the city to require spay and neutering and microchipping after repeated violations. Clarifies that enforcement costs, impound fees, and veterinary expenses are recoverable by the city. And it also establishes an appeal process for citations or orders to the city manager. Also, as part of the city is preparing to increase its enforcement of these provisions to ensure community compliance. The city's new public outreach coordinator will soon be working on developing and launching a public education campaign, highlighting responsibilities of pet ownership and the consequences for allowing animals to run at large, enforcements against illegal breeding and inhumane treatment, and the importance of spay and neutering, microchipping, and licensing pets. So through this dual approach, education and enforcement, the city aims to reduce the number of stray and neglected animals, improve public safety, and promote humane care throughout the community as it prepares to expand its animal control efforts in the city and its new facility at 6th and Polk. So as part of these efforts, the city is continuing to develop its operational plans for its new animal control facility, including protocols for new animal care investigations, impoundment, adoption procedures, and also interagency coordination. This plan will guide staffing needs, training, and resource allocation to ensure that animal control services are delivered effectively and humanely. So tonight, we're really looking at these particular sections, these 4 sections that I talked about. The copy of the draft ordinance is attached to the report. There's specific red lines in the ordinance. So if you have any specific questions regarding the red lines, some of these red lines have been, a lot of the red lines that are within the draft ordinance are recommendations that have come from previous meetings in the past. I know that these discussions have been kind of in the past quite a while ago. The city attorney has incorporated those comments, some from community members, some from discussions from council, even prior to my arrival as the city manager. And so we're kind of bringing this forward as a first step to try to make some changes and move and at least update our regulations that we have related to these particular topics.
Okay. Do I have any clarifying questions from council before I go to the public, if there's any comment cards filled out?
You mean clarifying as in to the?
Correct.
Yeah, I have a few.
Okay.
Well, yeah, and just questions mostly, like, under the officers, under the officers' descriptions, is there any training required for that position to be able to identify these things that they're set out to do?
That's going to fall under probably their job description and the job duties, where they're going to have required training that wouldn't necessarily fall under the ordinance when it comes to that.
Yeah, so obviously then down a little ways where it says other duties assigned by city manager and police chief, that's gonna fall under.
Yeah.
Be defined here at all, cause that could be just anything.
Yeah, it's still going to fall within their job description for other duties as assigned. It would still have to fall within that job description.
So shouldn't that be in here then? Where you'd go look and find that other duty description? No.
It wouldn't necessarily need to be. If the city manager, myself, or the chief or any commander would have them do another duty beyond that, I mean, it would still have to fall within their job description.
Okay.
Yeah.
It just doesn't say that, that's what I'm asking. And then it mentions issuance of dog licenses. Is that required? Is that a mandatory thing currently?
Dog licenses are required, yeah.
And they require them to be neutered, spayed, no? No. So what's, is it?
So if it's in red, it's new. What section are you in?
I'm having an issue because my red is, I don't know.
Well, it's
But
He's on number E, certificate and
it
tag.
also starts out with procedures for issuance of dog license.
So the only thing that's new, so you have D, which is microchip identification.
So that's the only new thing?
Microchip and then information. Yeah, then you have all the other, yeah.
But is there currently a neuter, spay, and rabies already on?
I don't think that's a requirement in here.
So, if I may.
Is that in here?
Yeah.
Because I've read this extensively, and I believe that the rabies requirement is in there because you need it in order to license an animal. It's always been there, and I do think that it's been in here. The spay neuter thing has been for habitual owners, dog owners that need to have their animals spayed neutered because they. Right, not a requirement unless that animal gets out, multiple times, and it becomes a nuisance.
Yeah, it specifies whether or not the dog is exempt from spaying and neutering.
And then the last one says public entity dogs. Any dog owned by public entity. What does that mean?
Probably canine or dog at the state hospital. Yeah, the fire department's dog.
Where is that defined
We have to put we can put a definition in there.
Something like that, maybe.
Actually, I wonder if it's in a separate section. Let me see. This has the specific sections. Let me look and see if it's got a different section in it. What was the term it used?
Public entity dogs.
Yes. So there is a definition in section 6-101 under definitions, and public entity means any federal, state, or public subdivision, municipal corporation, or agency thereof. So any dog owned by any kind of entity. Yeah, no, that's understandable, but yeah, so since these sections are only specific sections, it's not the entire chapter that's in there.
Okay, so then that's probably the thing with, at the end here, malicious impounding. Is that trapping?
I don't have a definition for malicious impounding. We have impounding.
But not malicious.
Chief, would malicious be more of a criminal term
It would be. So
that you guys would use?
setting a trap, like for a cat or something like that, would that be considered malicious?
Because there is a term for impounding. It's just whether or not you determine whether or not it's malicious or not.
And so
with
this
malice, with malice would be intent.
Well, and I believe there is already a section in here that talks about that and I don't understand why people don't follow this, but it's not legal for you to take someone's animal and take it to your house and trap it and then say, hey, on Facebook, I found this animal and I'm holding it. That's not legal, but people are continuing to do it. And then they put it out on Facebook and they say, hey, look, I have this animal. And I'm thinking to myself, hey, that animal will probably go home, you know? But you're not going to let it now because now it's trapped. So, you know, I think that, and maybe I'm wrong on this, but is this only filling holes in the existing regulation? Or is this a brand new regulation by itself? Or is this just individual sections that we're just adding in?
Yeah, so there's a whole different section, like there's a whole chapter in there, a section, chapter 1, section 6, or title 6, chapter 1, and that's the whole code, and that's what requires you to get your dog licensed. That's what requires rabies. So that's why what's presented is filling in the holes instead of the entire chapter.
This is nowhere near the complete document.
Correct.
Yes, and that's what was attached, so that's really all I had, so that's why I had
Those are
some
the
questions.
those are the changes, not the entire thing.
Okay.
Can I ask that when we do bring this back for approval, that we bring it back as a whole? So we'll have the whole ordinance that way that we can look at everything and that we take some of these notes and attach them to the, like, for instance, those definitions, you would just put like definition or whatever, or
You want me to add those so
or ordinance, whatever. That way we know where it's relating, because when we're kind of reading this, it's kind of a little bit difficult to say cross-reference it where, hey, it doesn't define malicious here, but obviously it may define it elsewhere. So if we could get that before we finally
it's gonna
approve
be a
it.
very long document, but yeah, I can include it. Yeah.
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 Any other questions?
No.
Anyone else have questions before I open up to the public, and then I'm going to bring it back to council? So, Shannon, was there any comment cards created?
Not for this item.
Not for this item. Okay. All right. Let's see then. I guess I'll bring this back to council then. So I have some ideas on this. Okay, so it says a license shall be valid for a period determined by the police department indicated on license certificate. I'd like to see this either defined as like a lifetime, like, hey, you have this animal defined. Like, I don't think people should have to go constantly and get this done, or a change of ownership. So if you change ownership of an animal, you should have to relicense it, but I don't see a reason to charge the public and have them come back over and over again. I know myself, I'd forget. I wouldn't, I'd do my best, but even as a mayor, I'd probably forget to do this, and then I could see myself being, you know, so I'd like to see this, like, you know, either lifetime or some defined number, longer than a year. I mean, if it was going to be a defined term, I think 5 years maybe, or 10 years, whatever the lifespan of an animal, if you need to define a number. What do you guys think?
Yeah, each one varies.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think the lifetime of the animal might be.
The lifetime of the animal.
10?
Lifetime of the animal, yeah.
Okay. So maybe if we could, you know, that's a suggestion I have. And then under date of administration of immunization, are we only speaking of, when we're talking about immunization, could we just add in the language that we're speaking of rabies? Because I think that a large portion of the population immunizes their own animals. They give their parvo 7-in-1s. They sell them at Tractor Supply. So I think, you know, people are doing that. And if you want to have it to where they have to provide that date, then I would ask that we accept, you know, stuff from Tractor Supply, maybe a receipt or something like that as immunization.
With the rabies stuff, they give you the shot, they give you a tag, and they also give you a letter as well, so that way you have proof if the
Right.
tag is misplaced.
Right, so I'm only talking about other stuff besides rabies. Obviously, rabies has to be given by a vet. But I guess that's a clarifying question of, is immunization, is this just rabies, or is this including like the 7-in-1 parvo shots and things of that nature as well?
We're discussing the rabies only.
Just the rabies only, okay.
And we'll
then strike
check to
that.
see, but it could be every 3 years that you gotta have it, so the license would probably have to be, make sure that's renewed every 3 years. That could be same as the rabies.
Now, is there any way, we'll probably have to check into this, is there a way that they can add in the actual immunization and dates? That way, if they're lost and the officer has to scan them, it shows more information other than where they live and who it is?
Ask them. I'm not sure what information they're
Because
able to
that's
keep
not
in the
something you
system.
can copy.
Yeah, all the information that we get, it's gonna be also documented and put in a spreadsheet.
Yeah.
So we'll have all the,
I was asking about the chip. If that's something that can be added to the chip in time to be able to have that information, so if they scan it, they can see if it's had an issue or if it's already had its immunizations and how long ago. If it's lapsed, then it needs to be redone.
yeah, I don't know. I will have to check on that.
So council, the way it reads in the ordinance is that in order to get the license, the animal has to have a rabies vaccination, but that's the only vaccination that you have to have proof of in order to get the license.
Right.
All right.
And then there's a requirement that the vet keeps a copy and the dog owner also has a copy.
Okay.
Yeah, the rabies vaccination right there.
So maybe you can look into the lifetime, I mean, what you would bring back as a recommendation for that, understanding that a lot of us would like to see it be drawn out as far as possible. Just because of the idea that, you know, people, we don't want to make, you know, people getting fines over, you know, not remembering to come back and get this done.
Okay.
And let's see here. Okay, so on number C, it says spaces shall not be kept or maintain any live animal in a cage, coop, hutch, pen, yard, or space which is less than 3 times as large as the floor space, as the total size of all animals which may be kept therein within, and which have not sufficient height to permit each animal to stand in a natural erect position. Is this gonna is this talking about inside? Is it talking about outside? You know, what spaces are we defining here? Because I do know that some people have you know, crates for their animals inside that are temporary, and then I know it's people that, you know, unfortunately want to keep them outside in those as well. So are those different, or are those defined as spaces in general?
Well, I think it's gonna be inside or outside, because it's still defining a confined space, so it's defining dimensions, so it's gonna be a confined space, whether it be inside or outside.
Okay. Like I said, I'm just asking clarifying questions because people will probably ask.
Yeah.
Right, and then, okay, we have a section in here, and I guess this isn't super new, but it's talking about aid. Every operator of a vehicle upon the streets of the jurisdiction shall immediately, upon entering, striking, maiming, or running down any domestic animal, give such aid as it can be reasonably rendered. In the absence of the owner, he shall immediately notify the city police department furnishing requesting facts relative to such injury. So what do you do if the person doesn't see the animal and they, because I've heard the story before where someone has said, hey, you hit my animal, and kept running and kept going, and the person says, I didn't even realize that I hit the animal. So how does this,
Well, you got to show the intent that the person who hit the dog knows. That if he did, they stop and call and try to provide some aid.
Okay. And what kind of aid would you expect someone to provide to an animal that they just hit on the road? Like, let's just, be unfortunately vulgar and say you hit a cat and the cat is, not going to make it. What kind of aid would you expect someone that is driving to offer to the animal?
Well, for one thing, you got to use caution because when a dog is hit, it becomes very vicious. So you got to be really careful.
So would you suggest calling the animal control would be the best thing to do?
When you call the department and have an animal control officer go out there.
Okay. All right. Like I said, I'm just looking for clarifying questions on this. Okay. The council finds and declares the mandatory spaying or neutering of dogs is appropriate when the owners fail to act reasonably to prevent their animals from being at large. Is there a number that's decided with this? So how many times that somebody would have had their animals at large that would decide that they would need to be mandatory spayed or neutered?
According to the schedule, we have like a process, first time redemption fee process, second time, and the fee gets higher, and the third time redemption fee. So to ensure that they are spayed or neutered.
So would you say the third time then?
Third.
Third time, okay. So some of these things I'd like
Do you want to take discretion out of that? I mean, do you want to specify?
Well, I
when
would like
that
to, yeah,
gets
no,
that
I would like to
point?
specify that way people know.
Because that section that you're reading actually has not been modified. That's existing regulations.
Sure,
So it hasn't
and I'm
been
kind of looking at the
modified.
whole thing, like, hey, like, if there needs to be changes, we should make some changes, right? So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think this goes along with having the whole picture of that whole section. It is a very large section.
Right, so we're kind of giving ideas. They're going to bring something back in a whole, and that's kind of why we asked to bring it all back so that we can look at it as a whole. But we wanted to give the public opportunity to talk and at least listen, pay attention. After this, you can come up and talk, and if you have other ideas, let us know. And that's the only questions I have. Does any other council members have questions?
You should be spayed.
Okay, and so in the rare instance, because no one filled out comment cards, I'm going to open it up for the public if somebody wants to talk about this. Just because we believe in transparency to the public. Anyone online or anybody in the public? Anyone awake? All right, and I think this was only providing some kind of direction, is that correct? Some kind of clarifying direction?
Yeah,
Is council okay with the clarifying direction that we've just given with like kind of bringing it back, making sure it's in a whole form, defining some of these terms so that they're not vague?
Yeah,
And
as
then
long as the
linking
council
in the
doesn't-
ordinance.
Yeah, as long as the council doesn't have any opposition to the red line changes, we'll bring back a complete ordinance, and we can bring it back with the entire chapter. And then the council can proceed forward with approving it so we can update the regulations.
So my only thing with any of the things is that I don't like the vagueness, and I just want things defined.
Well, I mean, the couple of items that were brought up, those definitions are identified.
Okay.
In a separate section under,
Okay.
there is a definition section in the chapter.
All right.
So like when you talked about, we can look at malicious, I think you mentioned malicious.
And then also, yeah, and then also time limit on the licenses, like how long we're gonna have those.
Yeah, I put that on there.
And I do understand that some of those may have to be tied to, yes.
Had an issue with was the forced spayed or neutered. Most of you probably know I had a husky. This son of a gun, he was Facebook famous. I had a 6-foot fence. On the inside of that, I added 2 more feet. I have a video of him literally in the corner doing this up the wall, going over, and he's harmless. Just and it's a game. I go to the corner, he runs to the next corner, looks back, come get me. You know, I even I Googled it. I put a coyote roller on top of it. If you don't know what that is, it's a couple of L brackets with a pipe and a PVC over it. So if he tries to climb the fence, it just spins and he falls back down. He still get out. You want to call me an irresponsible pet owner, I'll fight you, because I love that dog. I would. So after 3 times to have someone come and say you spay or neuter them or else, you know, I don't know. I think there needs to be an intent, like you said. If this dog, you know, there are people, I see them, they literally open the door and let their dogs out. Some people, it's a little bit harder, you know. It's the breed. I get it, and I chose to get that dog. Loved him to death. But sometimes it's not a malicious thing. You know, the dog's not, like you said, they'll come home. He always did, except the one time he turned himself in at the animal shelter out when I was out by the cannabis place out there. So, I mean, it's, you know, that's the only thing I have an issue with is saying, hey, if I see your dog on the street 3 times, you know, you got to spay or neuter him, period. That's, to me, that just seems a little bit harsh. You know, I think intent should have something to do with that, too.
So, Mayor, to clarify a little bit, so that does address the situation where the dogs are getting out, but the ordinance currently reads that if you have a dog over 5 months, they're supposed to be spayed or neutered, regardless, whether they get out, whether they don't get out. That's the ordinance in the city is 5 months.
Typically to control population.
That was adopted in 2018.
The language in the ordinance is because of the overbreeding and the overpopulation problem, and it's still in there. And that's exactly what it says. Is for that reason, this is the language: 5 months, spayed or neutered, unless you get a breeding permit.
But that's not tied to the license.
Unless they purchase
It is not tied to the license.
Okay.
Privilege of maintaining the animal intact and allowing it to breed. And that was in 2018.
Yes, sir.
Well, I don't know what ordinance that you're reading over there, but you're telling me after 5 months, I had to get my dog spayed or neutered. That's not happening, partner, because I have a dog that my French bulldog, they can't be neutered if they have a breathing problem. And that is verified by any veterinarian. So you're telling me in 5 months I got to take my dog to get spayed or neutered, and that dog dies. Guess who I'm suing? I am definitely going after somebody because I raised these dogs. And not necessarily to breed, but I have bred mine once or twice. But if I had to neuter that dog or spayed that dog, and that dog dies and I paid $3,000 for that dog, somebody's going to pay me back. And they're going to pay me back for my emotional stress. There's no way that you're going to get people to come in here and spay and neuter their dog after they've had it for 5 months and spay like Scott over there. Ain't happening, partner. No way.
So I'm a little confused here because I was on council in 2018 when we had SPCA come in and we talked about mandatory spay and neuter, and they were not even in favor of that type of idea because it creates people to do just like you just said. They will not license their animals. And then you'll have a whole nother issue. So I don't understand how that got into the ordinance, to be honest with you, 2018. I don't understand that. I'm sure I could go back to the minutes and look at it. But this was asked if we were going to do this, and I understand. I mean, I think Mayor Lander was there with us, and we said no, we weren't going to do that. So this might need to be something else that we need to address in this, and change the language to better fit with what we've been talking about with the chief. Yes, sir.
If I recall, the spay and neuter program was implemented if you were going to adopt. That was the criteria that was very important. And that's what we were working towards. As far as this other stuff, I don't know how, like you said, I do not know how that got in there.
Yeah.
Because that was for adoption purposes only, to make sure the dog was spayed and neutered. Other than that, no.
Fresno's is that way.
That's
for adoption.
and that's what
within-
we modeled
within
it
so many
after.
months, they're to be fixed
But
or neutered.
I have a dog right now that's 9 years old. If I had to spay and neuter him, I would be just like Mr. Hill. No, you're not going to do it. I don't breed the dog or anything else. But at 9 years of age, no, not going to happen.
Thank you. And we'd like to add a suggestion that we look at that when we look at everything else. Last chance for anybody before we move on to the next one. If anyone else has, this is why we're doing this. We're looking at this ordinance and we're tearing it apart. And if everyone wants to read the rest of the ordinance, it's on the Muni Code site. You can see it. We're going to bring that back in a whole when we approve this. And you never know, we may make changes after that as well. But if seeing no further discussion on this, we will move forward with the recommendations and have you guys bring something back.
Okay.
Council okay with that?
Yep.
Okay, perfect. All right. Item number 2 is direction to staff regarding micro enterprise home kitchen operations. Mr. Brewer.
Thank you. It's recommended that the city council provide direction to staff regarding whether the city of Coalinga would be supportive of micro enterprise home kitchen operations. Staff does not recommend us supporting these micro enterprise kitchen operations due to the enforcement challenges and potential safety concerns. In 2019, the California Retail Food Code was amended to allow local jurisdictions to authorize micro enterprise home kitchen operations within their counties. They're a new category. I guess they call them MICOs. I have acronyms for them. Are a new category of home-based food businesses that allow residents to prepare and sell meals directly from their private residences. In Fresno County, the Department of Public Health is currently surveying stakeholders, including cities, to gauge support or opposition. If Fresno County Board of Supervisors authorizes these operations, all cities within the county would be required to participate. Therefore, staff is bringing this before the city council to establish a community position on the issue to provide to the county public health department. So the county has highlighted several concerns observed in other jurisdictions that have approved these types of home kitchen operations. From nuisance complaints of noise, traffic, trash, and odor, unfair competition concerns from established restaurants and mobile food vendors, difficulty enforcing meal limits and sale caps, burden on local enforcement, our code enforcement, and environmental health staff. While they could provide economic opportunities for residents and expand food choices, there are some significant concerns from enforcement limitations. Inspections must be prearranged and cannot be unannounced, making it difficult to ensure compliance with safety and sanitation standards. Public safety concerns, exemptions from many standard food facility requirements, ventilation, multiple sinks, grading systems, may increase the risk of foodborne illness. Neighborhood impacts, operating a commercial food business from a residence could generate increased vehicle traffic, odors, and waste, potentially creating conflicts with surrounding neighborhoods. And then equity and fairness, traditional restaurants and food trucks are subject to more stringent permitting, inspections, and compliance costs. Allowing these could place a severe disadvantage as well. So the Fresno County Department of Public Health has requested stakeholder feedback by a survey through SurveyMonkey. I actually provided a copy of the survey on the staff report too. So the survey results will be compiled and then presented to the Board of Supervisors later this year. So essentially, staff's just looking for direction from the council in terms of how you'd like us to respond as a city to Fresno County. So with that, I will give it to you guys.
That's why we're investing on the, our little project, the food vendor.
The outdoor food court, yeah.
Yep. That's one of the reasons, and maybe if we could move forward to, if that's successful, make more. Okay. All right, so before we dive too deep into it from council, let me find out if we have any public comments on this one.
We do have one, Angelica Ortega.
You've been waiting very patiently through this entire meeting, and very much appreciate you being here.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Good evening. My name is Angelica. I am not a resident of Coalinga. I'm here from the city of Fresno, but this is something I feel very strong for, and it's something that I've been doing in my work. We've been creating a MECO advocacy coalition with not just residents from the city of Fresno, but we want to get input from residents and cities from all over Fresno County. We work with small business entrepreneurs. We work with business organizations. We work with small ag tech organizations as well. So that's why I'm here. I'm here to speak to the council just in regards to the directions. Like MECO's, as you know, it actually builds on a law that already exists with environmental health. It builds on the cottage food law. So actually home cooks can get a legal permit and they can cook shelf-stable foods like jams, like breads, like tortillas, like just stuff that's safe to cook at home. And so this would legalize home cooking if enforced, but at a micro level and with those regulations still in place. So it's still food safe for a home kitchen and with caps of number of sales in a week. So it doesn't actually compete with brick and mortars and restaurants, but so it creates a pathway for them to build up to it, to save their money, to get a food truck, to get that restaurant. And that's what we do. That's what we're here to support our small entrepreneurs. So really our recommendation, I'm really just here to recommend that if you can't support it immediately, please take some time to wait for that report that's going to come out later this year from Environmental Health. And I know a letter was submitted on behalf of this ordinance from Cook Alliance. They're an advocacy organization that works with statewide. MECO's already enforced. It's already enforced in 17 counties and counting, hopefully. And so they're going to release a report already. I can tell you, we've heard from an environmental health inspector from here. He's retired. I work with him closely. He's already they actually do have a near safety, clean safety record for the MECOs that have already been operating in California in those counties. So really it's just the opportunity for a really crucial economic opportunity for our food entrepreneurs. Commissary kitchens are not easily accessible. They're very expensive. Even in the city of Fresno, there are a lot of limitations there, so I can't imagine how it is for the rural communities. So I really urge the council to carefully consider this. If you can't make a vote to support on it, stay neutral. Please wait for that report from Environmental Health and the report from the advocacy organization. And lastly, I just want to say, I think it'd be a great opportunity to just put regulation on the local food economy, informal food economy that already exists. We already know people are cooking food from home, they're street food vendors. This would give the Board of Supervisors oversight into actually teaching them the certifications, the proper food safety handling to get those requirements in. And so, yeah, I think it'd just be a great opportunity to have local chefs in our neighborhoods, maybe a retired chef who just wants to make medically tailored meals for their neighbors, a farmer who wants to do farm to table for their community, or even a personal trainer who wants to do meal prep for their clientele. I think there's a lot of opportunity, and I don't think we should pass this up. But again, please wait for those reports to come out before you take a stance. And yeah, we're building a coalition. I'm happy to connect, happy to answer more questions. Hear from other food entrepreneurs and other organizations that are in support of this, or any other concerns as were mentioned too. But yeah, this is a pathway, so yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we appreciate you coming all the way here and waiting through this very long meeting for those comments. Do we have any other comment cards?
We do not.
We do not. Well, I know you filled out a comment card, but if anybody else has anything to say, let's do it now, because then we're going to push it to council. So go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, now I'm back to Scott with the Chamber of Commerce. I've had discussions with council members. We have some of the best food vendors in the area here in our community, and they do it the right way. They show up at our events, they do their health department forms, we submit, and I've even had discussions with you about the amount of food trucks we have in town, because I do feel a concern for our local industry of restaurants. They're already limiting themselves to hours just to keep utilities down. Nothing against the people that want to cook from home, and you can teach them all the safety you want, but really in the safety of your own home where you don't have to worry about what's the word I'm going to use? I don't want to say it wrong. Where you're not just going to, health department just shows up at a restaurant anytime they want. They don't make an appointment. They can't do that in your home. Okay? So if I'm sitting at home doing my own thing, am I really going to live up to the same standards that a restaurant has to? I just don't see it. And those that really, really want to do it, it is expensive, but we have several kitchens in town. People have done it, gotten the money. I know the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, they have grants for things like that to help you out with those expenses, to help you get food carts and stuff like that. So there is a pathway to that. And I'm not opposed to anybody trying, to make a living and support their family. But a lot of us have seen some of these pop-ups right outside town, cooking the meat right there. I love that. The auto right there on the thing, they just slice it off. You see cars pull up, dust flying all over the food. It's just some things, it is for the health, it is better for the community if it's monitored. To me, the other side of that is tax revenue. Are they paying taxes? Are they employing people? I mean, it's going to come a point where if everything's done from a truck or from a kitchen at home, where's our kids going to get the experience of working a job? We're going to lose jobs, we're going to lose businesses. We have enough empty stores as it is. And I know my time's up, so thank you.
Anybody else? All right, seeing none, I'm going to push this discussion to council. Council, have any discussion on this?
I got a couple questions and wants possible. Is there any way that we can get information on the smaller cities and not the billion-dollar cities? Because there's no comparison to a small town. Small town, it can only support so much before it fails. And the bigger towns, they can support that all day long, any time of the year. But smaller towns can't. Is there any way we can get that kind of information? Right. Right, and maybe a possible limit on how many, without destroying or taking away from.
Can I have you? You can use this mobile mic if you'd like. That way, the people on online can hear you.
Yeah. So that's what we're developing the coalition. Like, we've built some steps already, speaking to each of the supervisors, getting an idea where they stand, what's important for them. For one of them, it's like important to get the restaurant association's approval. And we're in that process. They've given us really great feedback because people start like from a home kitchen, a commissary kitchen. But yeah, we want to implement that. We want to hear from local leaders, farmers, everybody around Fresno County. And I think there was something else to the question, right? Pilot program. That's an idea that we're kind of want to start with, like at least get the policy passed
Right.
And we can do a pilot program so
But-
that,
But the pilot program, what works good for the big city won't work for small. Those are
And we-
bigger cities
yeah.
that they can support any change.
right. So we can set like standards, or I guess limitations to how many Micos start in each city, you know, in each region, like.
Without affecting the economy.
Right. Yeah. The point to just like not, I guess I just want to stress like to give it a chance and to see how it operates. A lot of counties who've already implemented it have done a really great run, and there are caps, so it's not unfair competition. So they can only do 30 meals a day. They can only do 90 meals a week. They have to get a food manager certification. Like that's really hard. It's them and like one other employee. And then they also can't do DoorDash. They can't do Uber Eats. They don't get to sell at farmers markets. So there are these logistics in place so that, you know, it's just part of that roadmap, that pathway. And I think that's
So you guys have spies on social media. Is that what you're saying?
What do you mean?
Because that's the only way you can keep track if they're selling stuff online. And
Right.
Sending it to somebody's, and taking it to somebody's house, or having them come to them. That's,
Right.
that's a little sneaky.
Yeah. No, but we know, like if you look on Facebook, we know people are already selling food from home. But we want to encourage them like, hey, go through this permit process, be like a legal food business, like get a business tax license, grow your business the right way. Like you don't want to be selling, you know, breaking the rules and I guess like having a bad reputation. They want to like grow their business. They want to have a good growing food business.
Well,
and
they,
that's the
on
idea.
some of it, the regulations, I think they need to, adjust a little bit. I owned a restaurant and we
Yeah.
did delivery when people asked us to bring it to them. We brought it to them instead. It was easier for us to do that than
Yeah.
them never get it.
Yeah. And I'm sure that that like builds a great rapport with your clients, like you directly doing that with them. And then that's what would be a requirement too. They have to prep, cook, and serve on the same day.
Right.
Yeah. But I'm happy to discuss more and answer any more questions.
Can you make sure that, do you have a card or anything? that you
Yeah,
could
I have
leave us?
business cards. Happy to
Okay,
share that too,
perfect.
and flyers.
Since you are an advocate and you did identify that ahead of time, then I will allow council to ask questions if you're comfortable answering them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know some of the businesses, even businesses that already have licenses and everything, they only take cash. Do you guys have a kind of path of how you guys get the information of them paying their taxes? Because I mean,
Right.
There's a lot of businesses that you see that they have all their paperwork, but they don't accept credit card, they don't accept PayPal,
Right.
they
So how do
only
they do it?
accept cash, and it's like.
Yeah.
I mean, do you guys have a path for that?
I don't know. I'd have to double check how it's like, because it's through the county, like I think it would depend to each, I'm not sure. Like I know business tax licenses are operated through the city, but yeah, like I'd have to check because there's nothing specific, I think, about like how they can take payments. Like I think it can be cash. It could also be like card payments. But I will double check and I'll get you like a clearer answer on that.
Yeah, because I mean,
Yeah.
like, just like Mr. Anthony said, you know,
Yeah.
you're less to follow the rules if you're at your house because you don't want,
Right.
you know. But you know, I see businesses that, you know, all their focus on is the funds, the cash,
Right.
the income that's coming in
Yeah.
for that business. They don't even put their
Right.
work into
Yeah.
making like that. Following with Mayor Pro Tem,
Yeah.
you go to San Diego to Cocina 35, you actually see the aspect of
Right.
the culture. You know,
Exactly.
I was a cook for his restaurant.
Yeah.
And believe me, I know how to cook.
No, yeah.
And it's I wish I could cook out of my house too,
Exactly.
but I, you know, it's just like the everybody's saying.
Yeah.
Do you guys have a path there? You guys minimize
Yeah.
and actually, you know, fix that? And
No, and we can establish that, and we can bring that like very clearly to the board of supervisors, like when this is brought up, like through environmental health or any concerns too. Like, I think it's really good to emphasize. And San Diego was like one of the first counties to enforce MICOs, and they've done a really great job. Like, happy to connect you. Like, it was one of the first MICO operators too. From
I mean,
there.
I've
Like,
ate in some of the houses where they say, hey,
Yeah.
you know, if you see that, it means
Yeah.
that's the best food. But you know, there also has to be, you know, kind of clarity
Yeah.
on that and everything. That's why
Yeah.
I think our city is doing our food court,
Yeah.
and I don't think we'll be charging
Right.
cutthroat prices, right?
Yeah. And those are the kind of entrepreneurs we want to encourage, who are really there for their passion, their ambition to serve their community and grow. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for coming. Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Any other questions for our advocate before?
maybe a suggestion more than the
Okay.
question. It says here, all cities within the county would be required to participate.
Yeah.
I think a better way to approach this would be to give cities the option
Right.
to participate.
Yeah.
And not be required by law.
The state
Yeah.
statute.
Yeah.
So it's
Yeah,
a
I
state
don't
law.
know.
Yes,
Yeah.
and that therein lies the problem, is
Yeah.
no one wants to take a chance on something that they're gonna get stuck with if they
Yeah.
don't want it, you know?
Yeah, and that's why I think it's like again, each MECO would still have to go through an inspection process, and I can tell you like that's a very like already they are impacted. Supervisor Luis Chavez, he has been hiring new inspectors. Like he understands that he's trying to hire more inspectors. And it's it would be an inspection of their house. So they will be held to a high standard because they know it's like a micro kitchen. And so, yeah, I think that's something we can bring it back to the pilot program. Like, how many do you want permitted in each city? Like, is this city, like, based on limitations, based on capacity, right? But that's what they're going to review, like the feasibility of MECOs.
Right. And then another question that leads me to is it's county providing these inspectors, and they're gonna be available in remote cities like this. I mean, we're an hour from Fresno.
Right. Yeah. So, yeah, the Board of Supervisors has, like, discussed this, and so I know they're actively hiring more inspectors. Yeah.
Yes, because that's one of the things, since we're way out here.
Yeah.
A lot of the stuff gets put to the side.
Right.
Or a lot, I mean,
Yeah.
it has no relation to it, but look at our county parks,
Yeah.
San Los Gatos and Mineral Springs.
Yeah.
They're neglected. Some of
Yeah.
the board of supervisors don't even know we have parks. So, I mean, imagine them coming for a little, food
Right.
and just, the clarity, and just a question,
Right.
because it also, involves, our PD or anybody parking, then it becomes,
Right.
a problem like that. So,
Right.
just to kind of put in those things in a little squeezed community like ours. So.
Yeah, no, and it's really important to highlight these because every city has different capacity, right? Every city has their own concerns. But yeah, I'm thinking about it too. Environmental health is already impacted, and I'm like, I don't know how they serve all these other cities in Fresno County. Like, this is something very important to bring up.
Any other questions from council? No? Thank you so much. So I just have a general statement I guess I'd like to make about this. So Coalinga moved first to allow food trucks in city limits. We allow, mobile vendors already. And what we've seen with this is a ton of people jump on board onto Facebook and they're selling food not legally. We see vendors that are around town. They ain't even from here. They're from Avenel and other places. No offense to Avenel, but it seems that a large portion of them come here. When we run our derby and things of that nature, we have tons of people. They have no license. They have they're not paying their taxes. It impacts the local businesses. And there's nothing we can do. There's no fines that we can levy to them. The DA doesn't press charges on anyone who does this. So by promoting this, actually encourages more people to, I know the idea is to have them follow the rules, but so many of them are not. They're not following the rules. And because that we're so far out, as they've already pointed out, we have a horrible problem. Fresno County doesn't come here to enforce. We have a company that comes right outside of town and they know exactly where city limits are. So we can't get them with code enforcement. And guess how many times Fresno comes out? None. They don't care. And that is very frustrating because as many people have already and stated to me and to others, it's on the side of the freeway. They're posing a hazard right off the bat. One, cars are pulling over and stopping abruptly to go because they're like, hey, and I'm not saying they don't sell good food. I hear people saying their food's amazing. And obviously that's why people continue to go. But we aren't getting any tax revenue. I highly doubt that having an open air facility like that without any kind of fly nets or anything like that is allowed by Fresno County. So I highly doubt that they have a food permit. But Fresno won't enforce it. They know about it. We've called them. They won't enforce it. So I think to myself, how are they going to enforce these? They don't already enforce the others. They don't. And it is hurting our local businesses. Now, if they would jump on the train and say, hey, like many of them have, the scenarios that we've offered, like and we do have some places that offer commissary. And I'm sure that if there was a bigger need, like we have some certified kitchens in town, you know, a couple of them that they could make deals with in order to do that. And in a small town, I think that's a lot easier maybe than in a big town, because in a big town, you know, everyone's out for the money. But I think here a lot of people are wanting to help that scenario. Now, I'm not against this. I just think that we don't know enough about it and or what the enforcement would be from the county in order to support it. What I would suggest is that we stay neutral, because I don't know what it is that this brings. And last thing I want is people being angry at us saying that we're not willing to do something, because we've been willing to do something when others weren't. We were willing to have the food vendors and all of that kind of stuff. And let me tell you, we heard it from our local businesses about that. Like, hey, they're, you know, at lunchtime, rather than, you know, spend $5 on a burrito, or $10 actually now on a burrito, they can spend, you know, $4 on something. They don't have to pay electricity. PG&E is killing us. PG&E is literally killing us. So what this does is say, hey, you can stay at your home and you can make food and you can compete with a business that has a place to come in. And obviously everyone's trying to make money for their families. I'm not against that, but they're not competing fairly against the businesses, because they have to pay PG&E. They have to pay the overhead. They have to pay the taxes. And I bet I can look towards our businesses and find out a lot of them that are operating are not paying. So, I mean, that being said, that's where I'm at. I would like to take a neutral stance on this, because, you know, I don't want to make anyone mad. And here's the other thing. I don't think that Coalinga's opinion in this matter to Fresno County is going to make that big of a difference. If you guys, you know, think something different, I'd be willing to entertain that as well. But that's just where I'm sitting on it.
I'm all for a neutral stance, as long as it doesn't end up committing us to anything that we're not buying into.
Yeah, I don't think it will.
Are you guys okay with that? Yeah. I appreciate you coming. You may have, actually by coming to our council meeting, you may have swayed us into a neutral standpoint, rather than sending a letter saying no, because that's where I was at to begin with, to be honest with you. So, and I'm a huge fan of street food. I love buying street food. There's just something about it. It tastes yummy. So I want to thank you for coming, and I think the direction of the council is that we're going to just go neutral. Is that what we're going to do? Okay. Sure. Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, we're going to go to discussion, direction, and potential action regarding revisions to the City Council Code of Conduct, council members' rights and duties, procedures for filing vacancies, and the city treasurer's responsibilities. Sean?
I'll take it, Mayor. So,
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. So in the packet, there's the redlined council rules of procedure. I'm not going to go through it in any degree, because this is like the 6th or 7th time we've had it. The main differences I would point out, though, is we've integrated all the comments. You're still welcome to discuss and tell us if you want anything changed. The main thing that we added and kind of solidified was the rights and responsibilities of the treasurer's position. And so we included that in here. So based on, I mean, as you guys know, there's some state law requirements, and then there's some muni code requirements of the treasurer. What shakes out of that is that the treasurer basically has two roles. One is the preparation and presentation of the monthly treasurer report. And then the second one is an annual investment report with, that gets prepared along with the finance director and any consultants that we have. So the last discussion that we had was that staff was going to prepare a procedure of how that would actually work. And so that is attached. And so for the monthly report, the requirement is that the treasurer shall prepare and submit to the city council a written monthly report accounting for all receipts, disbursements, and fund balances of the city. The report shall be provided in coordination with the city finance department and shall comply with the provisions of the government code. So that gives some kind of instruction on how that report is supposed to be prepared, the monthly report. The investment report is the same way. So the language in that policy is that the treasurer shall cooperatively prepare, in partnership with the city's investment consultants and finance department, an annual investment report to the city council. This report shall summarize the city's investment portfolio, performance performance relative to benchmarks, compliance with the city's investment policy, and outlook for the upcoming fiscal year. The treasurer and the city's investment consultants shall jointly present this report in a public meeting of the city council. So out of the two duties that shakes out of statute and out of the Muni Code, we have these two reports, and then the attachment, the reporting procedures discuss how those reports are going to be prepared and presented. So that's largely the biggest change from the discussion last time.
Can you summarize how that is going to be accomplished?
So that'll be accomplished by the actual, this procedural document. And so, actually it would take, like, the treasurer's gonna go have a conversation with the finance department for the monthly report. Reports that already exist in the finance department would be, maybe discussed with the treasurer, and then a summary is gonna be prepared and then put on the agenda for you guys to review. I would think that would, unless there's any specific issues, since it's a regular report, I would imagine it would go on consent for you guys to review. If you had any questions, you could pull it. The annual investment report, same kind of thing. That's probably a report that's going to take a little bit more work from the treasurer and from the finance department, but really gathering reports and information that the finance department is already preparing, any reports from the consultants that, to the extent they exist, and then working with the finance department and city manager to get that annual report done.
So under this, will the city treasurer be able to request reports and then be able to summarize those requested reports? Or will these be predefined reports that the treasurer will be given and then the summary of them? And if so, I'd just like to know which reports those would be.
No, I don't think there's a limitation on the specific reports. I mean, obviously they have to be able, finance has to be able to prepare them.
Okay.
But I don't think there's a limitation on the specific report that can be requested.
So the treasurer will be able to work with the finance department to obtain reports and then be able to summarize those reports and then present them to council. Duty number one. And then number two would be to work with finance in order to create the presentation at the yearly for the investment report, which would be, which kind of investments are we talking about, just so we can be clear?
I would think all investments that the city has.
Okay. And would this include, I know one of the topics that has been wanted to know is that certain things like AR reports, where we want to know, and council does want to know too, like how much money are we owed, right? Would that be an example of a report that she could, or that the treasurer could gather and then summarize and give to the council?
Yeah, certainly.
Okay. I'm just looking at, like, we're not limiting what the functions are, we're defining the scope.
Correct.
I mean.
Yeah, so the procedures, the way they're written is the monthly report is for all receipts, disbursements, and fund balances of the city. So that's specific to the monthly report. And then the annual investment report is basically the report, it's an investment portfolio, the performance relative to benchmarks, in compliance with the city's investment policy. So we hired a investment consultant. We actually talked with them about what the scope of that work is. So we actually have an overall procedure for each one of those. It's built in there. So in the monthly report, there's bulleted specifics in terms of the monthly report. So the finance director will provide, say on the monthly report, standard financial system reports. So like receipts, disbursements, fund balances. And then the city treasurer will be responsible for organizing, formatting, and presenting the information in a manner consistent with the council's requirements.
Well, so and I'm just asking for clarification, end fund balances could also be AR reports, because there would be a fund balance for what the aging report would be of how much money we're owed. Is that correct?
The fund balance will not have that information.
The AR fund balance wouldn't have that information?
The aging report will have that information, but not the fund balance.
But I mean, there'd be a fund balance of money that we're owed in the AR report.
Yes.
I'm just making sure that this is something, because I think council shares the idea that we do want access to the aging report, because we do want to understand how much money we're owed. And I don't, I do think that rather than having council members go and dig this information out, that it would be something that the treasurer would be able to gain access to be able to present that to us. Maybe that's just my opinion. I'm just thinking out loud here.
No, I
We're
agree.
trying to define this. We don't want to set something and then have it not meet the
Is
criteria.
that a standard report you can run from Tyler?
It is a standard report, but it will need to be added as an AR aging report. It is none of these items here.
Okay, so we have to amend it.
You have to amend it
Okay.
to add it.
Okay.
She's saying have it in the list.
So it'd
Me
be
too.
AR.
So I guess at this time, what I'd like to do is open this up to the treasurer, since this is speaking about, the treasurer position.
So I wish somebody had discussed this with me prior, so I could ask questions personally, and not waste time on things that may not be important to bring in front of council. I think it's a fancy way of continuing that I just submit a report from information that's handed to me. I want to be very clear. When I first came on as the treasurer, the current finance director said, I said, what am I supposed to do? And she said, I'm going to give you a report, and you just hand it to the council. And I think this is more of the same, and I don't want that. Regardless of people trying to pick apart and exclude the treasurer from having access to city business, and you using all these technical terms about you're not going to do anybody's job. I don't want to do anybody's job. But what I want to do is be an eye and a voice for the people of Kalinga. And I think that's what a treasurer is, right? You're an elected official to look out for the best interests of the citizens and the financial stability of our city. And also, I've raised concern because in the process of the last 5 years of fighting, 5 years I've asked for AR reports. 5 years I've asked to be added to the bank, which I'm supposed to be. Every other treasurer has been. And I've been asking to see a bank statement, and I've been declined that, which I beg to bring it to the table that may be, preventing me from doing my job, which may land under some legal obligations. But it's important that, and through the process of that, like I was saying, I've come across things that this council is not aware of. And you should be aware of it when you're making decisions. A perfect example of why we should have a treasurer is just what happened tonight. When you're saying you're going back and looking at information about money that was supposed to be taken out that never was. And, ultimately, everything falls back to the citizens. The citizens bail everybody out of everything. So they have an interest in the financial stability of the city. And so if it's just more literature of the same, that I'm not doing anything, that I'm being handed stuff and I don't have access to information, and I can ask for something that's created but not really knowing what's going on, I'm not interested in it.
So, I don't think any of us council members had anything to involvement in writing this. I think that the idea was to have a scope of duties, not limit access. And so a scope would mean like, hey, something routine that you could focus on, right? Something, a duty that that you could get. So what's your idea on what you think would be a good replacement for whatever we have in here? Because, I'm not trying to limit anybody to doing anything. I like that we have eyes on the access, but like even in our section, we have limitations, a whole page worth that we're gonna sit here and put on ourselves, right? And we had a couple pages beforehand. And so, like, hey, we're not allowed to get involved in the day-to-day business of city business. That is specific into ours, and we're gonna approve that right now. I believe that we're gonna do that to ourselves and codify it. So I'd just like to know if there's anything specific that you'd like added into what your descriptions are, anything that you'd like removed, or do you need more time to look at it so that you could make a decision? Because I don't want to, last thing I want to do is try and change a thing for an elected official, and so I want everyone involved in this. That's just my personal opinion. I don't know.
I want to be added to the bank account like everybody else had been. I initially, when I first came on as treasurer, started that process, but I declined it because I had questions about it. And then when I feel personally that when it was seen that I was going to ask questions and I was going to be that person to do that, I was never added to the bank account. So that's one thing. I want to be able to ask for reports, and I want to get the reports. I don't want something that's created from the finance department. I want to see the actual, like the bank statement. I want to look at a bank statement. I want to see what's going on in the bank. I want to be able to know that for a fact. And I don't want to work off of, you know.
So, okay, so you want to have access to the reports, but any report that's given would actually be generated by the city regardless. I mean, but so you're saying you want to dig down deeper than that. You want to go to the bank statement, so that you can see the information, because I don't know of any way that you'd get a report if it didn't come from the finance department.
And I'm gonna say this. The previous city manager, you know, I would ask multiple times about seeing the bank statement. Times I was told it was a highly confidential document. Other times then the last thing that I was told was this: oh, I'm sure we can make arrangements for you to come into the office and sit down and see the report, but we can't like give you a copy of that. I'm not asking for a copy of it. You know, it's absurd to me that, you know, I'm treated like I don't understand confidentiality. I do. I did it for 32 years. I understand it quite well. So I'm responsible for my actions, and you know, I'm not trying to look at things because I want to look at things because it's important to look at things. You know, we talk about the gentleman that just came and did our audit. You know, that's all generated information that comes from staff members, right? I've had a conversation with Maya in the past where I said, you know, I'm going through this audit and I don't see this amount of money that was taken out for this, that, or the other. And it wasn't there. So how do you determine where that is, or how do you see the actual things? Is by looking at bank statements, AR reports. That's how you do that kind of stuff. That's how I know how to do that kind of stuff. And I think it's important.
Well, let's limit our scope at the moment to this exact position in this document so that we can try and figure this out. That way we can understand what we're doing. Council, you have any ideas or questions on this? Comments?
No, other than I agree that she should be able to get AR reports and look at bank statements. I mean, the people elected her to oversee, and the position's been neutered.
Yeah.
It just has, you know, whether it's intentional or not, it's where we're at right now. We need to get it back to where it's a meaningful position, otherwise, why have it?
Well, I think the scope of this was just to make sure that we don't, and we've done this to ourselves too. It's just to make sure we're not interfering with day-to-day business. I think that's the only scope of this. So if we can figure a way out to get the information to you without interfering with day-to-day businesses and taking up, you know, staff time to run back and forth, you know, then would that be appropriate? Would that be something that we could figure out how to do? That way that, you know, because you're really looking at being autonomous anyways. You're really looking at not having to deal with staff on this. You want the information for you to be able to go over. So I'm just wondering, is there a way to move forward with that? And then asking council what they think about it, you know, asking you what you think about it.
Yeah, so, I mean, in my opinion, the way I wrote that, there's nothing, I don't understand the difference between what she's asking for and what I wrote. I mean, it's all receipts and disbursements. That's everything coming in and coming out. So I don't know what else to write that she might be looking for. That's not everything coming in and coming out.
So it's a staff issue then?
Can we put in that it includes the bank statement?
I mean, how else would you get receipts and disbursements?
If staff.
No, I mean, that's, I mean,
No,
that's
saying,
everything.
I'm just thinking that, and maybe I'm speaking out of turn, but what I'm thinking is that the treasurer doesn't want to get that information from a report run by the city. Treasurer wants to get that report from the raw data. That way that the treasurer can look at this information, which would come right from the bank statement rather than from a report written by city. And it would actually help anyways, because then it wouldn't be involved in staff time. It would be something that the treasurer would have access to.
Yeah, so let me read this again. So the monthly report is, the treasurer shall prepare and submit to the council a written monthly report accounting for all receipts, disbursements, and fund balances of the city. The only way to generate that report is to have access to everything that shows a receipt, a disbursement, and the fund balances. I would urge you not to add a specific thing like a bank statement, like it's.
Because then it would limit the scope.
Because then it's limiting to the bank statement, and that if we didn't include some other report, like the AR report, then we're just having this massive list of every single thing that needs to be included in there. And I intentionally wrote it broad so that everything would be encompassed in there.
Okay.
Right? Within the ability of the finance department, right? So, yeah, there's certain reports that are in there. Bank statement should be no problem, right? That's not even generated by the finance department. So all of those things, those base level documents to create the monthly report, they have to be available to the treasurer.
Are you okay with that?
If that's the case, yes.
There we go. Council okay with that? Perfect. Let's move on to the next section.
Mayor, that's all I had for, I mean, like I said, there's other things unrelated to the treasurer, right? There's lots of things that were added by council in here. You know, regarding, I think the next thing is, council selection of,
So I have a whole bunch of
potential appointees.
I have a whole bunch of housekeeping items before that, just very small things. If you guys want to hear me go first and then we could add things, or if you guys want to go first, I can do it. Doesn't matter.
I think I think that's the next step, right? Is if the council has any changes.
Yeah.
Let's just.
So I just have a few. So if you move down to section 3V, decorum of the public, it says, members of the public attending council meetings shall not bring food items into council chambers. Water is okay as long as it's in a closed section. I'd like to put change to drinks because I don't have a problem with someone bringing a soda. And I would say unless medically necessary, because there are some people that have diabetes and they have other things and they need to have a snack. And I don't have an issue with that. I'm just, if that's okay, we okay with that?
Do you want to allow food items in general, or if?
No, just medical necessity, but change it to drinks instead of water. That way if someone wants to bring Starbucks, we bring Starbucks up here. What's the issue with the people? And then, let's see here. On item number, it's on page 9 of 29. It says the mayor, with consensus of council, may further limit or expand the time allotted for public comments per speaker, or in the total orderly conduct of the meeting, such limits shall be applied. And let's see. Do we want to keep that, since the mayor runs the meeting, do we want to keep that with the mayor with the consensus of the council? Because every time the mayor wants to extend time from someone, do you want to have the entire consensus of the council? Or do you want to just change that to the mayor? And that's a question for the council.
You want individually extend time?
Well, I'm just saying, like, for instance, someone comes up and they need a little bit more time. If the mayor can make a fly to just, a decision on the fly, and less having to go to the council every time, I'd like to change that just to the mayor.
Well, it needs to be mayor and then.
Mayor pro tem.
Mayor pro tem, yeah.
Yes, either one of those would be fine. If we could change that, let's see. And then the section that says, location of the speaker, it says members of the public wishing to address the council must approach the podium when recognized by the mayor and speak only from the podium. I want to change that to include that those with disabilities or extenuating circumstances may use the mobile microphone. I know these are just housekeeping items, but like I went through this whole document. It took me hours, so I wrote this up. We're going to figure it out. Is everyone okay with that?
I'm okay with that.
All right, I know this is menial at this point, but to some people it may make a difference wanting to use that microphone. Okay, so there's another section here under meeting types and schedules, and it says all city council meetings regular. It's on page 10 of 29. Page 12 of the PDF, it looks like. And it's under meeting types and schedules, and it basically talks about just the meeting time. It says should not be scheduled before 5. I'd like to change that to 5:30, because someone that gets off at 5, which is your regular Joe that and myself included, I don't get off until 5. How would I even make it here?
Most things do at 5:30.
Right, so I was thinking 5:30 would be the limited time instead of 5. So that change, you guys okay with that? Yeah? Okay. Oh, and I also wanted to add a section in there that says unless supported by the majority of the council in limited circumstances, because there are very few circumstances where we would need to meet on an item that would be of, like, hey, we have a time limit on this, and so I want to change that to extenuating circumstances as well.
So unless the council prior.
Majority of the council agrees. And then page 13 to 29, it talks about meeting agendas. It says, all items placed on the city council agenda, including all exhibits and attachments, shall be reviewed and approved by the city attorney prior to the finalizing of the agenda. I think that should include the mayor as well. And I think we should put something in there that talks about some kind of timeline.
So, yeah, so.
Right, there has to, the person has to be given time to respond. So let's say within 24 to 48 hours or something like that.
So that's not usually possible.
Yeah.
So by the time, like most of the time when I get the agenda, I would say it might be noon on Thursday. And I need to get it back to Shannon by 5:30. Before 5:30, so it could be posted.
Right.
So, the only thing I would say is, and some other cities do this as well. Like it usually goes to the mayor, it goes to the city attorney. But if there's no objection, then it gets posted.
How about that?
So like
You could do
if
that.
you see something, it doesn't need to be like
That's fine.
affirmatively approved.
I'd agree with that. You guys okay with that? Yep. Under no objection? Yeah. There'll be the mayor pro tem as well, right? Because if he's not available, then how will that?
Well, it'll go to the chairperson who's ever running the meeting. So if we know the mayor's not gonna be there, it goes to the vice mayor.
Okay, all right. Okay, page 17 of 29. This is under number 9, council reports and requests. And it says, request to place items on future meeting agenda must be approved. Consensus by council must be received. Now, can this consensus be done right then instead of being brought back?
Where are you, Nathan? I'm sorry.
It's on page 17 of 29. And it says, request to place items on a future council meeting agenda must be approved. A consensus by council must be received. So can this, then can the consensus, since this is going to be added, can it be the consensus right then and there at the time that the future agenda item is brought at the end of the meeting?
Yeah, so, you can do this two ways. You guys sort of tackle it at the beginning of the meeting with changes to the agenda, right? Some places will have a spot for future agenda items, and it's not to discuss the item, but just to say, I would like this placed on.
I know, and that takes a whole nother meeting to
it
get it
does.
through. So I want to make sure that that's not what this does, because sometimes we're in the instance of time. Because like you say, you can always pull it off if they don't like it. So if the majority of council, and we're going to talk about this later too, if the majority of council doesn't like something, the idea is to pull it off the meeting at the next meeting ahead of time. So let's say, but we could get consensus right then and there from the council on the future agenda item. So like when we give future agenda items, we could get consensus of council right then and there, correct? And then we
Yes.
could move that forward. It could still be pulled off if someone didn't want to do that.
That's correct.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. You guys okay with that? Okay. All right. Let's see. This talks about the local appointments. It says, on or before December 31st of each year, the city council shall prepare an appointment list of all regular and ongoing boards, commissions, and committees which are appointed by the city council. This list shall contain the following information. And I would just say that change it to the city clerk on behalf of the city council. Because we're not going to be creating the list. At least I don't see that I'm going to be doing that. Okay. Applicants openings, this is 19 of 29. And it's all about the application time. And it's talking about applicant's opening statement. Each applicant shall have up to 3 minutes to make an opening statement. And I think it should be changed to 5. Sometimes people don't, 3 minutes is super hard to get everything in there. So I'd like to change that to 5 from 3, if everyone's okay with that. Okay. And then under audience questions, I think we should give the audience a minute instead of 30 seconds. 30 seconds is super tough. That's like so tough to get that in. And then closing statements, instead of 2 minutes, I'd like to save it to put it to 3. Okay, so now we're at the nomination section. And currently how it reads is nomination process. Any council member may nominate an applicant for a vacant seat. A nomination must be seconded to proceed to the vote. Suspension of the nomination period. Once the applicant has been seconded, the nominee period is suspended and a vote will be held immediately after that. So I can tell you why I've never liked this. I've never liked this because of the fact that whoever puts in the nomination first nomination gets voted on first. And that means that also it forces someone to vote no for somebody. And I don't like that. I don't like the fact that, hey, let's say that we have Ron and Richard and a couple other people in here, and somebody says, oh, I want this person, someone says, I want this person, and then when it comes, let's say Ron was the person that's on the first thing. If you don't want Ron, that means you got to vote no. And I'm like, hey, I like Ron. I don't want to vote no for Ron, but maybe I want Richard, you know, so.
Somebody likes me.
Yeah, there it is. And so I just don't like the fact that now it has people voting no for the incoming council people when there really doesn't need to be that. So my suggestion is that rather than we do that, we do it like Council of Governments does it, whereas we open up the floor for nominations. Everyone gets to choose a nomination, who they want. And if you don't have no one, you don't have to choose anybody. Then it goes to every single person gets to put who they support. The person with the most support at the end, then there will be a motion. The motion will be put on, seconded, and done. And in the instance that there is a tie, there'd be, what, a runoff? Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah, you would just, sorry. So for example, if you had the 5 of you and it was 2-2 and 1, the council person that didn't get any support for their nominee, they'd have to pick somebody else.
Right, and it'd be kind of like a ranked and choice deal at that point. It would not stop anybody from being able to get nominated, but what it would do is then people know that, hey, I could put my support for Ron without not putting my support for Richard, because I wouldn't be saying no. I'd be saying, hey, this is who I strongly support, this is who I want to be put there, and then it doesn't put any of us in a bad position. You know, obviously, if Richard really wants it, and I said, "Hey, Richard, hey," and I do it, Ron, yeah, that's a little unnerving. But if it comes to having to say no to that person, especially if that person gets in, then all of a sudden now hey, he didn't even vote for me. He voted against me. I'm just saying that's a weird situation to be in, and also this idea that somebody has to jump forward to put a to nominate to begin with. That's a hurried up moment. And I'm not saying this system's perfect, I'm just saying it takes away some of that. And this is what we do at Council of Government. If anybody else has an idea that extends onto that, but we could try it, and if we don't like it, we could change it. You know, if we see that there's issues, we'll be able to change the document, you know, at any point in time. And as, you know, City Attorney already said, this is a document that council's approving. It doesn't mean that it can't be changed. It still doesn't mean that council couldn't do something different. Correct?
Correct.
So, what do you guys think about that? I know that's a lot to take in.
Let's try it.
Yeah? You okay with that? And I will also say then, the last part, I wanted to switch to Robert's Rule of Orders because I wanted to be snazzy. Under advice from the city attorney, nobody actually does it like that. And so I'd like to keep it the way that we are doing it right now, the order of discussion and everything, so that would mean changing it back, with one caveat. The whole reason that I wanted this system to where basically how this goes is you point the question, you ask for staff, and then you come back and you take a motion, and then the motion's done before discussion. And the reason of that is why do we want to waste 2 hours on something if no one's going to vote for it, right? So that stops that. So that was the idea with changing this around. But it's hard to follow for some people. It's new. And so in the idea of that, what I'd like to change, I'd like to take it, keep doing what we're doing, but add in a section just so the council knows, so there's no sneakiness about it. If you don't like something at the beginning of the meeting under the change portion of the agenda, put it up there to be changed. That way that if there's 3 people that are going to change it, it never even goes to the agenda. Because that, and that's allowed now, but I don't think it's known. And so I've used it before and it's been looked at as sneaky, and I'm really not trying to be sneaky.
So clarification on that, you'd pull it for discussion?
So you would, go ahead.
So, yeah, so, some things that, or at least one instance I remember in the past, a council member asked for something to be on the agenda, before the meeting, and it made it to the agenda. Under changes to the agenda, it was clear that the majority of council had no interest in approving the item. So what they did is they said, hey, on changes to the agenda, we're gonna remove this item. And there was no discussion about the merits of the issue. It was just, you could never change my opinion on this, no matter what's said in discussion, and I'm prepared to vote no right now.
No, I get it. It sounds good, but how do you initiate that process? Like,
So
how
under
do you know
change-
3 people wants to?
So
pull it?
under changes of the agenda, somebody has to say, I want to remove this item. And
Oh,
then
okay.
immediately
Wanna
when it
remove
comes to that, the mayor's going to
Yeah.
say, okay, you want to meet, what's the process after that?
Yeah, from a practical standpoint, it would be, so I'll use you, Roger. So if you said on item 10.1, I've looked at it, I'm not interested in discussing this at all. And then, so you would make a motion basically to remove it. And then if you got a second, and obviously you'd have to get the votes, but you would know right then that there's no sense in spending an hour discussing this issue when you already have 3 votes that are, dead yes, dead no, however.
And that stops it. And then under approval of the agenda, it would be approved without that item on there. So, yeah, and I want this to be open so the public understands it, because the specific item that happened, there was like a full house crew, and when it was pulled off, people were like, what the heck? What just happened? Right? So I want this to be very public, that this is the way that this can happen, because it was built in already, but it's just not known that this process should be used. And we can use it instead of changing the Roberts rules. It'll make things easier. I don't see there's many times we're going to be in that boat, but at least if there's an issue like, hey, let's say there's a place that staff says, hey, we're going to put another cannabis place downtown. And of course, the council's like, we're not doing that. There's no point in even having that on the agenda. At that point, it gets removed from the agenda by council, it gets approved, so then it moves on like that. The public is now fully aware that that process is completely allowed. It's always been allowed, but now they know that this process exists. So, are we all okay with that too?
Yeah, there might be a riot if people attend for it, but.
Yeah.
Just try to get people to show up.
And then my last item is onto the motion to reconsider. And I don't know how this got changed a little bit, but it says a motion to reconsider any action taken by council may be made only by the day that it was taken. It may be made either immediately during the same session or at a recessed or adjourned session in council. And then here's the part that I just don't. It says such motion must be made by one of the prevailing side. So I just want to change it to take out the prevailing side, because I think anybody should be able to ask for a reconsideration of the motion, and they might not get it, but like if for some reason, like myself on one of the issues that we had, I wasn't the prevailing person, and council was willing to change their opinion on that. So I just want to take that out of the prevailing person. We still need 3 votes in order to make it go.
So the reason, I'll just give you I'm sure we can figure out the language. The reason that's in there is because you don't want somebody who lost a vote to keep asking for reconsideration.
So let's just put reconsideration once. Can you do that?
You can do whatever you like.
What does council think?
That would make it a little easier.
I'm sorry, anything, what's
It's under section H, motions to reconsider an item.
28's the last page.
Okay.
Yeah, 28, 29.
We're good there.
Third paragraph from the top.
And that's the last thing I have. Sorry it took so long. I read through the whole thing.
Should be H1.
I have one. Under decorum of city council members, A, council members shall, number 13, start and end meetings on time, work from agenda, and be present, attentive, and prepared. What is the end? Well, we're sitting here at 10:30 at night.
It's 10:30. Oh no, my wife's gonna kill me.
This, we're actually, if you ask former Mayor Lander, they've actually gone 2, 3 in the morning.
Yeah.
All your years?
At midnight. We're about to break that.
Been here later than that. Yeah, I know I have.
Yeah.
I've never been here till 3, but I know I've been here till midnight.
Now it's all digital.
So, Councilman Schindler, some councils set a end time.
Okay.
It should be
So
11:59 because at 12 we should just another.
I'm just saying, I don't know when the end is.
You don't have to set one, but some councils decide we're not gonna go past 10 o'clock.
So, understanding that a new council could change it, could we remove the end time? Because the new council can always change it. I just don't. I mean, sometimes like right now, we've talked about a lot of stuff and we had the public involved, So I don't want to hinder us.
No, I'm not saying that.
No, but what do you think? Do you want to end time or no?
No.
No? Okay. All right. So could strike the end time.
Just thought it was kind of crazy.
Dangle a carrot.
Just thought it was crazy.
Anything else from council? No? Anything else? I am now going to open this up to the public for comments. Going once, going twice. All right. So can I entertain a motion to pass this with the changes?
I'll make a motion to approve this with the changes.
Can I ask one clarifying question? I'm sorry. Would you like so we went through the process for council appointees to the process where all the nominations occur at once. Do you want me to revise for that same process for the committee appointments as well?
May as well be consistent.
Probably, yeah.
I do have one more question about that.
Sure.
Right there. In a weird, I don't know, probably would never happen situation that everybody picks a nominee, no one's gonna get more than one vote. So, I mean, is there a way to work around that?
Yeah, I mean, at that point, we
I know
really
it's
just have to have a conversation, and you guys have to figure
Okay.
out what you want to do.
Yeah, that would be the only caveat to that.
Yes, it's totally possible, but
Yeah.
we'd have to work it out.
Are we approving everything that in the report?
That's up to the council. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna approve the changes, and we're gonna have you guys coming back with those changes, and we're gonna.
Oh, okay.
And,
you
yeah,
wanna
so we,
bring it all back in
yeah, no,
November?
you have to, can we approve it right now with those changes? It's significant changes to the document.
I mean, it's really dependent on whether you think I'm going to capture it correctly. So I'm okay.
Cause you got that plus all the other documents that are attached. So the
Okay.
treasurer stuff, if you don't.
Let's approve it to be brought back to have a final approval at the very next meeting, if that's possible.
We'll bring it all back.
Okay.
We'll bring the ordinance changes.
Thank you.
Everything.
Perfect.
Quick question. So if we're gonna bring it back, because you guys, there is direction regarding the treasurer pay.
Mm-hmm.
The way that the ordinance is the way the ordinance is written is that the council has to adopt a resolution for treasurer pay. So if we're gonna approve this, what does the council wanna do regarding that? Cause we can, do you want staff to bring back a resolution?
I want the treasurer to get paid like council, just like us. Yes, absolutely. You guys okay with that?
So we'll probably need a budget adjustment too.
Sounds good. All right, you guys have direction on that? Yeah?
I think so.
All right, we're gonna move on to city manager's announcements.
You have another item, don't we? We have one more item.
Oh, do we have another item? Oh my goodness, I'm sorry. My bad, I'm trying to get out of here too.
That one.
This is the one, city council vacancy options and recommendation to appoint a replacement for Mayor Pro Tim Horn. Sorry about that. Apologize. Half asleep now.
Mayor, council, I gotta get logged in here. It's essentially, this item is essentially, the replacement, potential replacement for Vice Mayor Horn. The options are laid out in the staff report, so you basically can appoint somebody or hold a special election. We haven't, as far as I know, we haven't actually received, we need to receive a written notice of the resignation, and that starts the clock for you guys. But when that happens, then we're just looking for direction. Do you want us to go through the nomination process? Part of that is laid out in this document that we just discussed. I think the only thing that I'm not really sure about, it's more of an educated guess, is on the election. I estimated just from past experience, if you wanted to hold an election, it would probably cost $40,000. It could be $30,000. It could be $50,000. The county basically just tells us what that amount is going to be.
And when they don't tell us until after.
They'll give
Most
you
of the
they'll
time.
give you an estimate,
Yeah,
but it
just-
won't be
it's just-
accurate.
yeah.
But yes, they'll give you a general ballpark.
What would council like to do?
So that's an election in lieu of appointment?
Correct. And then the appointment is much like Councilman Schindler's appointment, so because of where the vice mayor is in his term, the appointment will last until the next regular election, which is in November. And then that position will go for the remaining 2 years on the vice mayor's term, and that person will have to run again for a 4-year term, or.
Yeah.
Actually,
Yeah.
potentially 2 more 4-year terms. Correct?
They could, yes.
I say appoint, not elect.
Yeah, I think on this part of it, we should be able to do application process. I'll bring in the resignation on Monday. But I think we should be able to do that, at least for now. I don't know if we can do 30 days, but at least open it up for 2 work weeks and then have it brought to us either the first meeting or if we have to do a special meeting in the beginning of November to finalize on who we want and have the applicants brought in.
So you want us to advertise Tuesday the 21st for 2 weeks?
Yeah.
As soon as you.
And you plan on posted,
I'll bring it up.
and you plan on putting a post-dated resignation date? So you'll have the letter with the post-dated resignation date on there?
Am I able to do that because it was recorded already on
Yeah, you are.
video? So
Doesn't matter. It has to be done to the clerk.
so they can so they can actually
So
do
you
that
haven't,
on Monday.
you're not
then.
gonna resign yet.
No.
Yeah, so I mean, it'll be.
Well, I have a
essentially
resignation date. It's
postdated.
not going to be
Yeah.
till the 20th. No. 21st, which is, or actually it'd be the 20th because that would be the 30th, the Thursday, the last Thursday. So, okay.
But for us to put out applications, he has to at least have a resignation letter in.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll get that.
Okay. Is council okay with that?
Yep.
Is this direction? And that's it?
That's just, yeah.
Just given direction? Okay.
2 weeks is what you want.
Yes.
Does anyone from the public want to speak on this?
We have all the paperwork that needs to be.
Okay, so let's be clear on what we're doing. That way we understand.
Applications, advertisement for that.
We use the same one that you use for
Oh, okay.
So, assuming Vice Mayor Horn submits his resignation on Monday, effective,
Last meeting's date, it would be, and then it would be effective for the 60 days or just for the actual.
Well, it's not at the last meeting
resignation
date.
the last
You're
day.
not resigning as of the last meeting date.
Right.
You're gonna give your resignation as of whatever your last day is going to be.
Right.
And then at that point, whenever that is, then the city can put that out and do the advertisement for 2 weeks.
Yeah, which
to
that
collect.
still keeps us within our 60 days, so.
The 60 days won't even start until you submit the letter.
Right, yeah.
Are you guys okay with that? Again, any questions from the public on how the process is gonna work? Any comments or anything like that? Okay, seeing none, that's direction. Staff, you guys got that?
Yep.
And so now, I can move on to the city manager's announcements, and I am still awake.
I'll be brief. So next meeting's on November 6th. Just a quick update, the chargers, we just put out a press release today, but the chargers behind City Hall or to the side of City Hall have been replaced and are fully operational and available to the public. And the installation of the new archway electronic sign is planned for the week of October 27th. We just got word from the sign company. So there will be some partial road closures right there at Fifth and Elm, most likely during that day or a couple days. It'll just be during that time frame, may not be all day, but just while they're working on getting the sign installed. So, but we'll have more, but you'll see that hopefully in the next couple weeks.
Okay.
Mayor, can I make an announcement?
Yes.
I just wanted to say that we had 16 people from my office come to the air show, including me. We all thought it was a fantastic event. Congratulations to everybody who helped put that on. I know everybody was working hard. I thought it turned out great. I hope you guys do it again. I thought it was a great event for the community. I thought it was something really unique to Coalinga. So congrats on a great event.
Excellent.
And I didn't pay him to say that.
Council members, announcements and reports?
I'd just like to say the same thing. It was a great event. Thank you all the city people that put all the time and effort into it. And I know it was a lot, probably starting to look like my hair, but it was worth it, I think. Good job.
Excellent.
Same thing with me. As we go to these meetings and we put our community out there by going to League of Cities or retail conventions, we put our community out there with these events, and people are very surprised that we have an airport and that we are able to hold an air show. And they're very excited. A lot of people are starting to come. We met a lot of important people in there that are willing to do events now there. So thank you to all the staff that did a wonderful job. And I just, too many thanks. And we're blessed that we have a staff like that.
Anyone else? City Treasurer's report?
I did want to ask something about the air show. I did hear it was a success, so congratulations. I was wondering, is it possible to do an event report after the fact that shows a breakdown of things? Some citizens asked me why we were charging, and I didn't know the answer to that. And I also think with embarking on such an important event that I hope will be long-term, it's really important to have that information in place. And also, in the event that Sean wasn't with us no longer, somebody else could come in and take up where he took off, where he left that off. And also, I think it's good to show the partnership with the chamber, because we do give them a stipend. And so it shows their value to us, right? They worked with this event and the time that they put in. So I just think that's something to consider, please.
Okay, thank you. All right, so due to the lengthiness of the meeting, I will not be given the report on the League of Cities that I have. I will save that for another date, but there will be a League of Cities report on the things, the tracks that I've attended and the things that I did. And I'll just say it was a great event. And the air show was also a great event. I'm sure there's a lot of economic opportunity. I personally spoke with quite a few businesses that may be interested in doing things in Coalinga. And I know that the rest of the council also had their hands in talking to people to try and bring in business, and so did the city staff. And I appreciate everybody that put, sponsorships into this. A lot of people really stepped up to do this, and this was a great city event. And so with that, I'll move on to future agenda items.
I got one. Talking about the airport, I would like to see if we could supply at least 3 electric scooters, because if it wasn't for that scooter they had there, Sean and the staff couldn't get from one end to the other and get the information going as fast as they did. So I seen that as a success, and I would like to see if we could get a couple of them or 3 of them approved for them. So
For future events, or bring one of the, couple of the city cars down there.
well, yeah, either that or the city cards or whatever it could take, because that made a difference for you guys to get the information from people to people. Yeah.
Yeah. Any other future agendas? No, seeing none? Okay, we're gonna move on to closed session. Conference with labor.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry,
Go ahead.
sorry. I got a future agenda. Can we put a yield sign right there on, what is it, next to Dollar General, I think is, first where it meets to Glen? There's been a couple of hit and misses.
I think I know what you're talking about.
You know, right there in the corner
The
of
weird-
Calneva, yeah.
Another one of those weird intersections?
Yeah.
And I don't need this to be kind of a future agenda item, but maybe just if we all agree direction to, just give an update to the public on how successful the air show was and how much, you know, what the ins and outs of it were. I mean, I do agree with the city treasurer on this. Like, we need to constantly report stuff out. And I know the city does a great job at doing that. Now, we have a couple outreach people, and we have a new assistant city manager, which we appreciate. And I guess that will be my closing remark, is I appreciate everyone that's come. I appreciate the new hires at the city. We look forward to working with everybody. And, you know, thanks for everyone that came and endured this almost till 11 o'clock at night. We're going to go into closed session, and we probably won't be leaving here for a hot second. So we have 3 items. Conference with labor negotiations concerning the PD, real property negotiations, with Latchkey Partners and city manager's performance evaluation. Do we expect to report anything out? We do not. Nope. Meeting is adjourned. Appreciate it. Thank you.